Hello, testing. Zoom people, can you hear me with the microphone?
Oh, okay.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you so much. I guess I am using the microphone. Okay, great.
So how it's gonna work is 15 minutes for the presentation.
Okay.
And then Q&A after that. For up to 15 minutes. Thanks everyone for showing up. And Erica, when you're ready, take it away.
Okie doke. I just want to be sure that everyone can see my screen.
Not yet. I'm playing with this right now. Sorry.
It's okay.
Our main IT person.
Hmm.
No, something must have happened. Very different.
Okay, so it's not. Bear with us, please. Thank you. So it's not giving me presentation view like it was. Oh, present. Let me see what I'm doing. No. Yeah. Oh, that's backwards though. Zoom people, can you see my screen that I'm sharing? Would you mind doing?
They should, oh, wait, it was up there. They should be able to see the.
Oh, okay, we have a chat. Okay. Would you mind doing chat to see if people? Okay, so you could see my screen. I'm in presenter mode. Yeah, so. Okay, can see screen. Thank you, Brian Harnick. Related, that is a father figure. And then I think my sister Rachel put relative. So yeah, we keep camera on you.
Well, right now they can't see you, but you could.
It's okay. Okay, so people won't be able to see me, but that's fine. You'll be able to hear my voice. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. My name is Erica Harnick, and I'm a second-year graduate student of the MPP program. I'm planning to graduate in June, assuming this presentation goes well, so wish me luck. My capstone mentor is Dr. Bruce Link, and he just left on sabbatical yesterday to go to Europe, so I did my presentation with him yesterday. So let's get started. So my project is a policy buffet, homelessness policies in US, European, and oceanic cities. So why did I decide to do this? I did it because everyone is affected by homelessness. Think about when you pass by a homeless person on the street. Everyone has a feeling, has a thought, and it's probably negative. There's no argument whether homelessness is an issue. Everyone knows it's an issue. This isn't contentious. So I thought it was important to have a presentation on this. So there's a lot of uncertainty in the world. So I figured I'd give you some certainty with my presentation. So the first part of my presentation is I'm going to go through the issue of homelessness, the history of homelessness, homeless population demographics, and then the cause of homelessness. And then the latter part of my presentation is going to be the data collection, the policies, and then the data analysis and findings. And my hope is that there will be future research opportunities. So my issue again is homelessness, and homelessness trends in the US are worsening, as I'm sure you all imagine. So my objective here is to add to the literature on homeless policies by completing a comparative international analysis of homeless policies. And after doing some research, I didn't see any material that covered this amount of area. So I decided to take on this project and use 3 different regions of our world. So I want to prepare you. The issue of homelessness is very complex, complicated, and confusing. So if this stresses you out, you're on the right track, because this is how homeless is gonna be. So let's go ahead and get started. So we have good news and bad news. Let's start with the good news. The good news is from 2007 to 2016, the homelessness trend in the United States decreased drastically. Oh, stay tuned. What was the issue?
Well, no, because they're seeing on Zoom, they're seeing the presenter, they're seeing hers and.
Hold tight. That's... Happy to be a guinea pig. Does it swap? Okay, so are Zoom peeps seeing the presentation view? Are you, oh, you're on Zoom, so we're set?
No, okay.
No, I think this is good. This is okay, perfect. All right, cool. All right, so let's get back to, oh, so we did the good news. I know you stared at that long enough. So let's go to the bad news. If this lets me. There we go. So the bad news is from 2016 to 2020 and up to 2022, there was a steep increase in the amount of homeless people. So we were doing well for several years, including, excuse me, and now we are headed in the wrong direction. And we're focusing on the bad news today because this is where we're headed, and we must use all resources to combat this. So this is the complete picture of homelessness from 2007 to 2020. And the reason it starts at 2007 is because that's when HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Department, started tracking. So here's the extent of the problem. I'll go ahead and just quickly go through some of the stats that stood out to me. There's been a 30% increase in unsheltered homeless since 2015. 50 is the average life expectancy of homelessness in the US compared to a non-homeless person's life expectancy of 77. 20% of homeless individuals are children. Almost 40% of homeless individuals in the US are Black, compared to 12.4% of the total US population. 88.7% increase of the Black homeless population from 2010 to 2020, and 48% increase in homeless students over the past decade. So my next slide is going to go over some college student homelessness stats. And the percent is going to be very high. And the reason for that is because homelessness can be defined in many different ways. And so let's see here. All right, so 14% of college students in America are homeless. And the definition of homeless is including sheltered and unsheltered. So in our MPP cohort, second year students, that would be 4 of us. And then for all of UC Riverside, it would be almost 4,000 students from the 27,000 students that are part of UCR. The Black stick figures and people are the percentage of homeless students compared to non-homeless students. So again, this is an issue that affects everyone, kids, students, families. It's our problem. So what led to the high levels of homelessness in the US? Let's go over a quick history. So the earliest documentation of homelessness was during the colonial era, which is in 1640. In the 1820s, fast forward, homelessness became a national issue, and that was from the increased immigration to the US during the Industrial Revolution. In the 1830s, President Andrew Jackson's Indian Removal Act displaced American Native Indians, adding to our homelessness problem. In 1880, previously enslaved Black populations expanded across the US, and the first term of hobo was used, which started the negative stigma of homeless people. 1930s, Great Depression, natural disasters, first look at Black discriminatory practices. 1997 was the first federal legislation enacted, and this is the modern definition of homelessness that we use today. 1980s, there were cuts to federal housing funds. There was the AIDS epidemics and Reagan's all right, we could all read. So there we go. And that's when they closed all of the or not all, but majority of the mental health facilities. In 97, there was the creation of the federal program in the US, which is the Interagency Council on Homelessness. There was the digital revolution, and this is the Homeless Management Information System. And that is used in every single state, and it reports back to the federal government. President Obama targeted homeless by creating the Federal Strategic Plan. And the first racial equity policies and housing discriminations were in the last few years. Today, I think it was 2020, Congress passed House Resolution 1856, ending homelessness, focusing on affordable housing avenues and increased use of incentives for builders and investors. So who are the homeless? Let's do homeless population demographics. So first I want to go over homelessness and the various definitions. And because this is, the project is over several countries, different categories are used, but for purposes of this project, the homelessness numbers includes all of these. So unsheltered, as you can imagine, it's no roof over your head, you're sleeping outside in the elements. Shelter is you have maybe a, you're in affordable house, temporary affordable housing, you're in shelters. Chronic homelessness is when it's complete recidivism. So that a lot is past criminals who've been in jail and just chronically homeless. So this is a continuous trend in their life. Episodic homelessness is where you go back and forth, as you can see by the squiggly line all the way to the right. And transitional homeless is where you're always moving. So you're sleeping in your car, you're sleeping on a friend's couch, and you're moving. So quick on the homelessness, Rachel, hey, my sister, hey, how's it going? Racial demographics. So most minority groups make up a larger share of the homeless population than they do in the general population. You could see here, you have the homeless population versus the US population for both Black and Hispanic, which are the largest portions. Gender demographics. Most homeless adults are male. Transgender population, the share of homelessness population. Okay, restart that. So even though the transgender percentage is 0.6, it's a lot larger compared to the transgender population in the US. So what are the major causes of homelessness? So I focus on societal causes and individual circumstances. Fair warning, it's going to be a lot. I'm not going to go through all of these, but I do want to go over that individualized circumstances are pivotal in how each person evolves into homelessness. And the societal causes are from our history, housing affordability, systemic racism, and I will give you 2 more seconds to look at this. 1, 2. All right, so what are the current US policies to address homelessness? So the federal government is in charge of funding, state government is in charge of allocation of that funding. The county is where the services stem from, and the city is the conduit to the services, and I'm focusing on the cities here. Nonprofits are help with implementation, and the community is the support. All right, so data collection. So this took about 2 hours for every city. And yes, I tracked it. So I used government websites for data collection. So I did not use a secondary source. I went onto the government sites, translated some of the language, and got that data. I then created a policy matrix for tracking, and then I categorized policies into sections. US map, and these are the cities that I chose to analyze. And this is the rate of homelessness per 10,000. And I did states because the cities, I wasn't able to find all the data. So United States is kind of in the middle with 17 homeless people per 10,000. You could see California is very much up there and Illinois is down towards the bottom. Here's a snapshot across US cities. Chicago, it's very cold. Palm Springs, very hot. Dallas, a lot of rain. So there are a lot of different needs for different homeless populations. So this is the world map, and these are the all of the cities that I analyzed. And then this is the European rate of homelessness, and England did not have a rate, so I deleted it. And if you look at Germany, it's very high up there, and Denmark and Finland are at the lower end. Homeless snapshots. I want to focus your attention on Germany, Munich 1. That is a weather-resistant pod that has been implemented. Many US cities are experimenting with it, but Germany is the only country that I know of that has already implemented it. Okay, Oceania rate of homelessness. So in Australia, the homeless definition includes severely overcrowded accommodations, and that's 43% of their entire homeless count. So the parentheses are the total count, and then the 18 and the 15 are excluding the severely overcrowded accommodations because that is not present in other definitions. Here's a snapshot across oceanic cities. So here's the 3-region comparison. What I did is I did the average of all of the cities in each of the regions. Data analysis, what did we learn? So my methodology stemmed from category definitions, and I want to go over just a couple. So a multifaceted approach is using many different solutions to address homelessness. Legal assistance programs is helping the homeless get into housing, any legal financial problems. Community involvement is when the community can report homeless people, public campaigns, and then I also added COVID-19 services. All right, so this is my matrix, and I used ones and zeros. Ones to account for the fact that they did have this particular category, and the zeros, which are highlighted in yellow, means they do not. And I just want to point out, Housing First is used in all 16 cities. And the only city that is not multifaceted is Dallas, Texas. And I did, based on the amount of services, which is 11, I calculated the total number of services used, and then put percentages of what cities percent are using the services that are available. And I highlighted Dallas, Texas, because it's the lowest at 45%, and London, England is 100%. So this is homelessness trends. And I do want to point out that in Denmark and Melbourne, the statistics are from several years ago. I could not find current data. So Finland is down 45%, Chicago down 4%, and San Francisco 3.5%. And that really surprised me. Meanwhile, Melbourne, Australia is 54%. So this is the average of the total services used. And one thing that surprised me is Europe and Oceania regions were exactly the same, whereas the US used fewer services. So this is a visual matrix of including how multifaceted the policy is, and then the trends. So as you can see, the downward trend, which is green, which is positive. You have Finland, and then towards the top, you have Palm Springs, Portland, Melbourne, Perth. And as we mentioned, Dallas is all the way to the left, more singular approach to homelessness, and London is more multifaceted. Yes. Okie doke, wrapping up. Policy buffet. It's time. So I'll just go over a couple. These were some of the highlights. In Dublin, homelessness children are prioritized over all other homeless populations. In Copenhagen, there's GPS homeless tracking. In Auckland, they were internationally recognized for its COVID-19 response. And in London, there is the option of being homeless. So you will not be forced into housing, and you will be provided services. After learning about homelessness, there are 3 key components to a successful homelessness policy model: housing, wraparound services, and prevention. Here is a SWOT analysis of US policies, strengths, different population care, partnerships. Weaknesses is prevention and prison release strategies, threats, housing shortage, affordability, and ineffective action. And the opportunities are the anti-stigmatization campaigns, and then prioritizing children and other marginalized homeless people. So people who are homeless are not social inadequates, they're people without homes, and that's something we need to remember. So 552,830 people in the US are going to sleep tonight without a place to call home. 13,000 of those homeless people will die in 1 year. Almost done. I forgot that. So we have the last good news and bad news. The good news is this presentation is almost over. 3 slides left. The bad news is you now have the burden to help solve homelessness in your community, but together we can make a difference. I'd like to thank Dr. Bruce Link, Dr. Kurt Schwabe, Dr. Anil Dilawlikar, and Jolene Sedita. They have all helped me tremendously. I am very lucky to be a part of this program, and I found the best pictures I could of you. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your patience. I know that was wow. Easy questions first.
So there was a slide that you had as far as societal and individual.
Yes.
Which one would you say is
I would say both. I don't, sorry? You know what? I'm not sure. That is a great question. Yeah, that's a great question. I think they go hand in hand. I think there could be research on that to see whether societal circumstances have a higher effect than individualized circumstances. But I'd say that they're I would say they're pretty close. Yeah, all right. Yes. Okay, I have good hair. That was a Newsom joke. That's a great question. So Zoom, if you didn't hear that, what are 2 policies we should implement in California if I were Governor Newsom with good hair? I believe we need to focus on anti-stigmatization. I got it. Campaigns, because stigma is a huge is what is preventing us from, I believe, addressing the issue in full. I don't think it's a priority for a lot of us, and it is actually a priority in California. But I believe that getting rid of the stigma would really help. The second one is housing. I think we need to prioritize housing. It was in one of the cities, and forgive me, I cannot remember, but housing is a right. And so the first thing people do is they get them into homes. I think that would be a big solution, and we could focus on services and helping them become permanently not homeless. Yes.
Next question is, how do you solve the supporting housing crisis that we decades and doesn't seem to be getting worse in terms of housing and the crux of the matter from what you say. Housing is
Absolutely. And for the Zoom people, the question was asking about how to best address the California housing shortage. And I think this is threefold. The first is removing restrictions for builders. There are 5 to 10 fees for builders, which drive the costs up, and then that is passed on to the buyer. And so that is increasing. So it's supply and demand. So decreasing supply, increasing demand, prices go up. The second aspect is, it's coming. Thank you for your patience. I think it's a kind of goes hand in hand. It's availability. So once we get affordable housing and we get housing stock, I think it's the affordability, and that kind of goes back to the supply and demand in lowering, increasing incentives for builders, because one of the biggest issues is builders don't want to build. There's no incentive. It's going to cost a lot of money. And what it comes down to is builders are a business and they want to earn money. So I think that is a large issue. And that's all I have for now. Mhm.
But when an affordable housing project comes in their community, people say not in my backyard.
NIMBYism, and that goes back to the stigmatization. Not in my backyard, do it over there. Yes.
I'm glad that you brought up the students some housing, all the states get housing first.
Correct.
But there's one thing that's common that keeps coming, really not emphasized, is the poor prison building strategy. Like 95% of the buildings that have very high recidivism. So how does that?
Absolutely. And that's a huge point. And I do believe I have a slide on that of one of the causes. What's interesting is US policies are lacking in the prison release aspect. So the international countries actually do better than the US cities. So if you look the third column to the left, the prison release, only 2 out of the 7 US cities have it. And then actually all European and Oceania cities have it. So that is exactly what you're saying, which is correct. And that is something we need to work on. And that is one of the opportunities as part of our SWOT analysis. I probably have time for one more or minus one. Peter? Oh, you just looked like you wanted to ask a question. No? Oh, yes, in the back. Hi. That is a great question. I did not include Hawaii, but I know that homeless rates are insane. And I believe part of that is because it's Hawaii. And I think part of it is it's an island and it's hard to get out. But that is absolutely right. And that could be part of my future research. Thank you so much, everyone. Zoom peeps, thank you. I appreciate you. You know what? There's one Zoom question. Wondering how you calculated Germany estimates, which showed a higher. Okay, I will get back to you on that, Mr. Brady. I think that is a great question, but due to time, I will not answer, and it's a complicated question. Thank you all. I know, Mr. Brady, always getting the tough questions. Oh, okay, he lived in Germany. That makes sense. I would love to have additional chats. So, okay, great. Thank you so much. Oh, to see.
If I do, it zoomed out too far and then you can't see her presentation.
But it's not sharing the screen.
Well, it froze.
Oh, black screen. Oops. Okay. Some issues. Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so our capstone presentation, our title is Forgotten Youth, Unhoused LGBTQIA plus youth, challenges to finding places to call home and its implications on health. Um, my lovely capstone partner is Marcia Castro. I'm Ricky Herbin. And Julian Allison is our capstone advisor. She's actually about to walk out right now. Um, 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 so let's move on to, oh, let's scroll down. Oh, that's how it is. Okay. All right, so some background. So the current state of housing policies within California are not specific enough to address the health issues experienced by unhoused youth who identify as gender and sexual minorities. And to move on to our policy issue. So what is the issue? So for us, we have found that there is large difficulties in finding housing policies specific to LGBTQIA unhoused youth. According to Proc and Kennedy, an estimated 20 to 40% of the homeless youth population identifies as LGBTQ, despite only 8% of young adults identifying as such. This youth population who are homeless report higher rates of sexual victimization, mental health issues, and substance use when compared to their heterosexual cisgender homeless peers. And this group is also very much underrepresented within the policy realm, and then also within larger society. And that is also another reason why we need protections, because housing is a human right, and current policies are not addressing the housing or health needs that they do have. And as you see here on the left side, we have rates of victimization for this community. And for past housing instability and current homelessness, we see there's these rates are pretty high, based on being threatened due to their sexual orientation or their gender identity. And so this group is unhoused at alarming rates due to a number of factors, including being forced out of their house to unaccepting family members, lack of resources for the community, being outed for their gender identity or sexual orientation, fleeing abusive relationships, whether that be family or not. In addition to these factors, the state of California housing policies has led to a rise in homelessness for this community because of the lack of attention and services dedicated to this vulnerable population. And it's also important, we want to note that it's important for to note that it's to understand the implications that homelessness has on the mental, physical, and psychological health of this community. And there's also a strong need for this policy because right now there are a lot of current anti-LGBTQ laws being either introduced or actually proposed and enacted in other areas in the country. According to Laviat and Ramos, state lawmakers have proposed a record 238 bills that would limit the rights of LGBTQ Americans this year, or more than 3 per day, with about half of them targeting transgender people specifically. And next, I'm going to talk about health outcomes. So housing insecurities among this youth population can lead to an increase in mental health issues, substance abuse, mortality, and sexual violence. According to Nicholas Ray, whether LGBTQ youth are homeless on the streets or in temporary shelter, our review of the available research reveals that they face a multitude of ongoing crises that threaten their chances of becoming healthy, independent adults. And also, mental health is critical for any person, even though it is often overlooked by many healthcare providers as integral to optimal health. The issue of mental health vulnerabilities is no stranger to the sexual and gender minority youth population. This community faces higher rates of depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and several forms of psychopathology, which include anxiety, aggression, internalizing and externalizing behaviors at significantly higher rates than those who are cisgender and heterosexual. And this underserved population also faces rates of suicide attempt or ideation 4 times higher that of heterosexual and cisgender youth. There have been reports of up to as many as 40% of transgender individuals having attempted suicide in their lifetime. And also another issue we want to highlight a bit here is substance abuse, as it is very much a compounding issue for this youth population. Okay, and next I'm going to talk about our objective. So why are we doing? So what have we, so for the objective, we have conducted an overall analysis of the disproportionate rate at which lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual youth face homelessness and its implications on their health through the obtainment of secondary data and using the social determinants of health to propose equitable housing policy solutions. And in doing this, we actually compiled, we were able to get about 40 plus pieces of literature, whether that be from scholarly articles, also from government entities, and then organizational websites. And we separated them into 4 different categories. As we found, that was important for us to highlight health and homelessness and housing as 2 separate categories just for the general population, just to do like a context, a good like background for us. And then also we, 2 other categories that we looked into were LGBTQIA unhoused youth health and LGBTQIA youth homelessness. And from this, we found 2 separate policies that were applicable to our project in particular. One of them being the Runaway Homeless Youth Inclusion Act of 2013, and then the other being the Housing First model. So for the Runaway and Homeless Youth Act, Inclusion Act of 2013, this was a proposed policy by Representative Gwen Moore in the House of Representatives and 31 co-sponsors to provide specific programs and services to gender and sexual minority unhoused youth. The need for inclusive policies for this population is particularly important because many states have enacted these anti-LGBTQ laws, specifically targeting sexual and gender minority youth. Trans youth are at even higher risks of homelessness and health conditions than other youth members of the community. And this bill was put forth to ensure gender and sexual minority youth were protected federally to access housing and other services related to their health and well-being. This population often faces increased discrimination, harassment, and violence when accessing homeless services that are not LGBTQ inclusive. We found these services in this policy to be important to address the needs of this community. These services including transitional living programs, sexual abuse prevention programs, and family assessment, intervention, and reunification services for families of this youth population, and also the need for cultural competency. Now I will hand it off to my Capstone partner to discuss the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Ricky. So within the literature, we were able to find another policy that we felt that it has been implemented within California and different localities in California, which is a Housing First model. So this is an evidence-based policy approach that aims at improving housing securities faced by homeless individuals and families with while simultaneously enriching their health. So this Housing First model, it was first passed in 2016 by the California legislature as a Senate bill, SB 1380. And it required all housing programs to adopt the Housing First model. So some of the core components of this model are to accept applicants regardless of their sobriety or use of substance, completion of treatment or participation of any services, accepting referrals directly from shelters, And then also ensuring that there are supportive services that emphasize engagement and problem solving over therapeutic goals, and service plans that are highly tenant driven with predetermined goals. So we felt that this model was it holds a lot of things that we want to see within implemented in the future, but unfortunately it does lack in some areas, as it does not talk specifically about LGBTQ IA youth that are facing homelessness. So our proposed policy solution is the Gender and Sexual Minority Youth Housing and Health Rights Act. So this is the best way that we feel that the state of California can approach this issue in a more comprehensive way. So the Gender and Sexual Minority Youth Housing and Health Rights Act so the name for this policy came about because it highlights the youth population as another minority group, and that has often been ostracized from larger society. And also gender and sexual minority youth may be an easier term to be used for lay people to like understand rather than use the long acronym that's usually used. And with this act, we hope to adequately address and improve the health outcomes of this vulnerable population in the state of California through housing policy and programs. And what we did is that we got the core components from both the Homeless and Runaway Youth Inclusion Act of 2013 and the Housing First model. We took some of those core components because they both have very good features, but unfortunately they one didn't pass and the other one still did not address the population that we want to target with our policy. So in this case, some of the core components that we would include in this act would be, having housing providers that accept referrals directly from shelters, street outreach, drop-in centers, and other parts of crisis response. And then also have case managers and service coordinators that are trained in and actively employ evidence-based practices for engagement, including motivational interviewing and client-centered counseling. And one of the things that they should be trained in is cultural competency, as Ricky mentioned earlier. And this refers to, having a set defined values and principles that demonstrate behaviors, attitudes, policies, and structures that enable effective working relationship with individuals of diverse programs, including sexual and gender minority youth. And this policy would specifically be aimed for or would apply to LGBTQIA youth ages 14 to 26. We started the age group at 14 because this is the legal age that a foster care youth can become emancipated and would need housing programs. So some of the challenges that we found that might be posed as we propose this policy is political feasibility and funding. So as we all know, California is a model state when it comes to progressive and aggressive policies, such as like environmental policies. But there are certain cities and localities where there are still conservative views and might be opposed to this act. There are a lot of actually in the last couple of days, there have been a lot of anti-LGBTQIA rhetoric laws that have been passed. I think one literally happened like a day or two ago in, was it Alabama?
Florida.
In Florida. So this is becoming more prominent throughout the nation. And unfortunately, these laws, they do still have the power to influence decision-making within the state of California as well. So that is one of the challenges that we have found. Another one is funding. So there is funding to tackle homelessness and housing. And recently, California has seen an influx of funding. So ideally, this policy, if it were to go through very soon, it would get that funding. But just how policies work, it does take time for them to get implemented. So it might, by the time it does get implemented, there might not be enough funding for this specific program. But the way we see it is that if the funding is allocated, it will lead into long-term decreases in mental health and physical health costs, and it will increase economic benefits down the line. And some of the recommendations we do have for any future policies and programs that are in works are that while we feel that maybe our act might not be passed, but because there are certain politics are involved with it, there are some recommendations we do have for those that are coming into play soon. So one of them, as we mentioned, is LGBTQIA cultural competency should be a core component of a lot of these programs. There should also be specialized programs and services tailored just for unhoused youth. Also specialized programs geared towards LGBTQIA unhoused youth in Black and Brown communities that are already resource deprived, and then wraparound supports. And just to have some our final closing thoughts, we have to quotes here by two LGBTQIA civil rights leaders, Marsha P. Johnson and Harvey Milk. A quote by Harvey Milk is, "All young people, regardless of sexual orientation, identity, deserve a safe and supportive environment." And we really feel that that it's important that we address this issue because they are unfortunately seen, this population is seen as invisible and they're not being taken into account in the policies that we have been proposing in terms of housing and homelessness. And here is our reference page for all the things that we've talked about today. And thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. And now we are opening up the floor for any questions, if you guys have any. Hi.
Yeah, so that was a federal act. It was proposed in 2013 and then it failed to pass in 2015 through the Senate. Mhm. Mhm. I'd say at first, just start having the conversation, like start mentioning it. And like, I think a lot of people just don't even know it's an issue specific for this community. So I think the first thing is awareness. So letting people know that, these youth statistically face like higher rates of, neglect, abuse, and all these other like mental health issues, substance abuse, suicide. Adding that in there will definitely draw people in because like these are facts that have been like studied, and I think that's important. And also, I think an important aspect here is looking at lived experiences of youth, like seeing what they have gone through themselves, because we can look at numbers all day, but that's not really going to tell you what these youth have actually gone through. Mhm. It's all good.
Homelessness leads to
Mhm.
sexual violence.
Mhm.
So kind of matches the causation error is going that way.
Mhm.
Could it go the other way as well? Supported, if not accepted, imagine those factors maybe.
Oh, so like you're saying like if substance abuse, sexual violence, and like mental health issues, like if that could lead them to homelessness? Potentially, yeah. I'd say so. Oh, is there a question? Yeah. Oh, no, no. Yeah. Mhm. 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 Want to speak on that one? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We really feel like there should be more specialized programs for a lot of vulnerable populations that there are within the state. that's why we wanted to focus on this population, because I feel like they're overlooked oftentimes and they feel invisible. They're not feel like they're being seen within these policies. So that's why we felt like it was important for us to talk about this and bring awareness to it. And just to go back to your first question about like how can we spread awareness, it's, I think education is a really big one. And I think with time, we've been seeing that a lot of schools, a lot of curriculums are hopefully starting to implement this kind of like LGBTQIA like education, just so that people can become more familiar with, who's in the population. It's not all just, it's not just male and female. There's different populations that we're dealing with. So education is a very important aspect. I think at least at work, that's what we're trying to do, is educate the community. Especially since the community that we service, it's mostly people of color, and there's like a stigma against being LGBTQIA, unfortunately. So education is very important. Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Maybe you guys will be buddies in 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, she's doing amazing work. So props to her. Any other questions?
Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah, perfect.
Audience member, are we good? If not, send me a message.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Yoli Aguilar Candelario, and today I have the privilege to present alongside my peers, Catherine Avila and Chris Castorena. We are very excited here to present with all of you guys our capstone titled Youth Civic Engagement, Understanding and Addressing Youth Program Roles, Impacts, and Challenges in Shaping Policy. Our capstone advisor is the lovely Dr. Lorna Sates that's joining us here today. And with that, we will go ahead and get started. Here we have our agenda. We'll be presenting on 9 topics today. And to keep it short, I'll have you guys just take a look at it and we'll get through each one of them. Perfect. So the main issue we have come to find is that youth are less civically engaged among their communities, specifically the decision-making process within their communities. We have found that California has among the lowest civically engaged rates among youth across California and across, sorry, I messed up there, across the US. So with that was a fact that we found really shocking to us, and I'm sure it is to many, as we have the pre-notion that youth in California are actively engaged, civically engaged, taking part in local policy, advocating, but we have found that this has not been the case. Youth voice tends to not be prioritized and often tends to be discouraged from local policy decisions at local government level. Whether this is unintentional or intentional, we do in fact see that this is an issue, and we hope to tackle this within our research. Before we go into our objective, we want to ask everybody, what is youth civic engagement? And I want you guys all to take a moment and think about it. And whatever thoughts are going through your mind, whether it is advocacy efforts, education, youth leadership, education, you're all correct. That all encompasses youth civic engagement. As you see here on the screen, youth civic engagement is a mechanism of inclusion that allows for collaboration between youth and adults to solve the issues of shared interest and attain goals of communal benefit. Now, what is our objective? Our objective is to provide a toolbox to essentially civically engage all youth across the US, specifically within California. We want to expand youth engagement opportunities, again, here in California, since we are focusing our research here, but specifically for those cities that see that there is a lack of civic engagement in their communities and that they want to make a greater community impact. It is critical, as you see here, youth investment leads to community and future generation investment. We do believe that if we invest in our youth, we are investing in our community and our future engagement. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Kat.
So thank you, Yoli, for that awesome introduction. So now I want to reassure you and show you why this issue is a significant issue. So if we use California as a base case, and literature tells us that in comparison to the rest of the US, this is where California stands. There's minimal youth leadership roles, there's outdated tools, there's low investment in funding in youth civic engagement programs, and there's no mandated community-based civics curriculum and training. So if you see here on the right, California falls short on 5 major youth civic engagement measurements. This is collected from the Center of Information and Research on Civic Learning and Engagement of the year 2018. So you see California in the light blue, and then the US rate, the national rate in the dark blue. What's most shocking is the top statistic. You'll see that California, only 4.5% of youth in California reported contacting or visiting public officials to express their opinion, that is significantly less than half the rate of the national rate of 11.2%. California can and needs to do better. So for our data sources, we decided to go with a qualitative and a quantitative methodology. So first, starting with the qualitative, we conducted a thematic analysis and we came up with major themes. We grabbed these sources from primary sources of 10 interviews within the Inland Empire. These included interviewing groups such as youth government bodies, like your typical youth councils and advisory boards, also looking at grassroots youth-centric programs that are non-state funded, and of course, nonprofits. As you see, we only have 10 interviews. We're well aware that those aren't enough interviews to create major generalizations, but we still felt it important to compare their responses to existing literature. Now for quantitative. We did gather this data from secondary data available from Circle of 2018, and we downloaded data that measures youth civic engagement as well as any external factors that we hypothesized might influence high or low youth civic engagement. And we did this doing a Pearson's correlations test to explore any correlations between the factors. Now, our desired outcomes, of course, we want to find the most successful forms of youth civic engagement. We want to demonstrate that this is, of course, beneficial and very impactful of youth programs on not just the individual, but also the community. And we want to explore factors that influence youth civic engagement across the US. As I mentioned, we do conduct a thematic analysis. First, throughout our interviews, we asked each organization to describe the ways, their most successful strategies, and how they increase youth civic engagement. We asked them how they did that through their role, through their strategies, through their policies. We also asked them what were the benefits and outcomes of that, and what were some challenges, and finally, lessons learned. So beginning with role, we found 4 major themes there. You can see youth-led, mentors, inclusive, and advocacy. With youth-led, a lot of the organizations claim that their most success came when they let the youth lead. When they let the youth lead the projects, how, when, and where they wanted to make positive impacts in the community. They also claim that there's much less youth engagement when youth are just expected to show up, when they're just expected to, or they're just told what to do. There's much less authenticity and less engagement when it's performed that way. Which leads me to my next point, a really unique role about these organizations that they serve as mentors to youth. They don't just expect the youth to come in and somehow magically be able to civically engage without even being taught or trained. So they do that. They teach and train the youth on how to perform the most successful civic engagement strategies.
And lastly, third of all, it's inclusivity. So they make sure to include all youth regardless of age, income, mobility, and ethnicity. They find that they expand their numbers of youth members when they're more inclusive. And again, youth feel that they have a safe space. They pride themselves, and as they should, to create these safe spaces for youth to know that their opinion matters and that their opinions can create change in their community, which leads to more advocacy efforts. Youth know, every organization repeatedly said that as soon as youth realize that their voice matters, that creates the changes in the advocacy efforts.
Thank you, Kat. Next, I'll be discussing benefits and outcomes. Throughout our various interviews with the various organizations, many shared that they had a vast amount of benefits and outcomes, which is what we expected. As you see here on the screen, you'll see 3 are very distinct, which is empowerment, advocacy, and youth leadership. All of them kind of intertwine with one another. But what I found very interesting, and what we found very interesting, is that many of the youth were very proactive in making changes. They were getting a seat at the table at the decision-making table, which is what we were hoping for. This is what we want to see. But more proactively, they were making changes throughout their whole community. They were encouraging you to write co-op-eds, host workshops, even attend local school board meetings to advocate for the issues that were directly impacting youth. Many organizations share that without these resources, many of the youth wouldn't have had this exposure to these resources. They were stating that many of the youth were coming into these organizations with this lack of knowledge that they weren't learning at school nor their home. Some were even struggling, and with that strugglement, these organizations were able to empower them and advocate through the various resources and activities that they had. Of course, with benefits, there are some challenges, and we do want to acknowledge those challenges that were discussed. Many organizations shared that they all encountered these 3 main challenges, which is resources, capacity, and funding. Funding to be the one that was probably the number 1 across all organizations. Without funding and resources, there's not much they can do. What workshops can they hold? What events can they hold? What resources can they provide to their community? And more importantly, for their youth, which are, our future generation. Youth were very struggling without the funding. And oops, can you guys hear me? Yeah. So they were very struggling without the funding because without funding, again, as I mentioned, they weren't able to do stuff. An organization shared that without the funding, they weren't able to provide the hotspots that youth needed to do their research at home, back home. They weren't having access to simple PPE during COVID. An organization shared that although they have the name affiliated in their organization, they aren't affiliated with the city. This is an issue of capacity. The city was imposing various restrictions, various requirements for them to go ahead and join and be affiliated with the city that they just couldn't. They couldn't fulfill them because they didn't have enough capacity. They didn't have enough manpower. What does that mean? Well, that means that, yeah, they can go ahead and be independent of the city and go on their own and still advocate and do a lot of the great things that many organizations reported, but not being associated to the city means a lack of funding and a lack of resources. Unfortunately, we see this of a lack of balance, and that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to empower the youth.
Thank you, Yoli. So moving on to best practices, what we found in the organizations here in the IE was that they were forever evolving. They're constantly trying to use and leverage technology of the 21st century that was multimodal, using everything in the toolbox possible to meet students where they were at, not where they expected them to be. And of course, they were all youth driven. Their practices, policies, and initiatives were all led by the youth. And of course, they were equity centered. They were creating inclusive spaces so students could show up as their full selves and really invoke that creativity and passion. And that comes to the next part, which is really important, them having adult support. Adults weren't there simply to procure youth input, but they were there to act as guides and mentors, to encourage them to unlock that creativity, to pour into their passions and lean into that and use it for community change. And of course, they were transparent and intentional in their planning processes. They all cited that they had one big community event too, that helped them with recruitment and retention and even fundraising.
So now we're moving on to the quantitative analysis. We did run a correlations test. As you can see, the dark boxes are going to be the positive correlations. The white boxes are going to be the negative correlations. As much as I like to go over all the correlations, I just want to highlight three major ones. So youth who belong to a civic engagement group are more likely to work with their neighbors to do something positive for the community. They're also more likely to discuss political, social issues with friends and family, and they're more likely to contact or visit public officials to express opinion. And all of these correlate with what literature tells us, which is really great news. That's what we want to see.
So of course, we had a few limitations. When it comes to communities like the Inland Empire, the suburbs, smaller cities, rural communities, the data simply isn't there. We also ran into a few IRB restraints. We couldn't interview youth under the age of 18, and we couldn't ask personal questions to help us really tell the story of the Inland Empire. And finally, we had a low interview response rate that we mentioned earlier. We reached out to countless organizations throughout the IE, but didn't always get a response. And later, some of them, we would come to find out that they were dormant or inactive, perhaps be from the pandemic. So we have a few recommendations. Our youth need to be able to overcome financial barriers. That looks like perhaps unconditional cash transfers in a guaranteed income that raises the floor of a dignified life. It looks like providing stipends for their internship and fellowship programs. It's making sure that we have mandated community-based action civics. That's curriculum that is rooted in place, meeting students where they are to help them make sense of the systems of power that they're looking at in their neighborhoods, in their own communities, so they can better make those changes. And of course, having trainings that mirror that, so the facilitators, the educators, are able to empower their students and provide them the correct skills and knowledge. And of course, we need to have youth designated positions and participation. That looks like us having youth city councils or designated youth positions on planning commissions or parks and recreation commissions. It's making sure that they're not tokenized, where the youth aren't there just to be seen, but they're there to be heard, so they can hold these systems of power accountable. We need to also reimagine youth civic engagement. In the 21st century, we have all of these tools in the toolbox that we're not using. We need to make sure that we're using an intersectional lens, acknowledging that race, class, gender, and so forth play big instrumental roles and create barriers in these power structures that we see replicated in and outside of the classroom. Finally, we hope that our research project lays a piece of the foundation for future initiatives to continue to tell and chart the story of communities like ours here in the Inland Empire. We recognize that there are several systemic barriers, societal inequities that prohibit certain groups from engaging civically, and we need to acknowledge that. Second, we have a limited democracy, participatory systems, centering community voice and decision-making processes in the United States is not the norm, especially when it comes to youth. And of course, lastly, this is a widely understudied issue, especially when it comes to historically ignored communities. Black, Indigenous, people of color aren't in this information. We need to make sure that the folks that are writing the next chapters in our history books have the right skill sets and knowledge to do so. We need to provide everything that we can for our young people to make these community changes that we want. Thank you so much.
Back to 2 slides to the right.
Of course.
How can students maybe a role
If I could propose an idea to the School of Public Policy, we could definitely, us as public policy majors, be an influence, be those mentors for those groups. Because as we mentioned, some of the challenges is capacity, not having enough staff or members volunteering to help train the youth. So us as majors in public policy could go out to these communities within the Inland Empire to help teach, share our knowledge with what we're learning in the classroom to the young folks who may want to even who aspire to be in this room with us today, to be able to look at issues, critically think about it, and research solutions. So I think that's one way, is just maybe creating through the school, through university, creating programs, maybe even offer volunteer hours for us as students, credits, to go and help the community and teach youth on what we're learning in the classroom.
If I could add, along our research as we investigated this topic, most organizations do range from like middle school to 29. So members of UCR of colleges are being included in that. But another issue that we did find, to answer your question of whether it's an issue of supply or demand, we definitely found it to be an issue of supply. As we did our research and we came across the organizations, many on their sites didn't have the information updated. Information, for example, for the county to get involved with their supervisor was outdated since 2018. And we kept seeing that across various organizations. We would call them and be like, hey, who could we get into contact? Who is the program coordinator of this youth organization? And they'd be like, well, we don't really have anyone anymore. Or our staff is, our staff that's been here the longest with us has been here 2 months. So I definitely would say that it's not an issue of supply. Like, there are students that want to get involved. It's just that we here in the Inland Empire, Riverside County, a little more specifically, we're not providing them with the adequate tools to get involved.
And I just want to give a shout out to my hometown of Banning. It's 30 minutes away. I worked with an amazing group, and we helped launch Banning's Future Fellowship, a internship program that combined and relied heavily on community input. We hosted a community summit that was youth-led. We worked with the city government, with community-based organizations, with businesses. And time again, one of the things that the community told us, and the youth, of course, told us, was that they didn't know these resources existed. So oftentimes these institutions are operating in silos. So they're repeating initiatives. There's not enough outreach as well. Folks, again, they're not knowledgeable on them. And one more thing is making sure, to the community-based action civics, it needs to be rooted in place. Oftentimes we jump to the global scale or the national scale, and it overwhelms students. It doesn't help them make sense of what's tangible then and there in their lives when they're moving through their neighborhoods. Yeah, so hopefully they answered it. Yeah, please.
Sorry, could you repeat the first part? Right. 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 So we did interview, like I said, youth councils, so youth government bodies. Most of the time, the youth councils mentioned that they had a structure already in place that they had to follow, especially because they had to coincide with what the city expected of them, because they had a lot of policies. And I know that one of their challenges was having to, get an item on an agenda. And if they weren't doing that on time, they had to wait until the next time. And that can sometimes take months. So yeah, for youth councils, they do have like a set curriculum to follow, set policies to follow. However, when we interviewed nonprofits and grassroots organizations, they kind of created their own model. We actually interviewed one organization that was so insightful, so inspiring. It was led by 3 young women, and they themselves created that model. They said, okay, these are the expectations we want our members to have And these are more or less our goals. But then again, they left it open so that the youth could say, hey, like that goal kind of doesn't make sense with our community. How about we change it to this? And they evolve. They change up their curriculum and their methods to adapt to what the youth wanted. So in that case, they were a little bit more free in how they could structure that compared to youth councils. And then someone check the second part.
Sure. You mentioned something really important. You talked about YPAR, and then you talked about the next step, right? Service oriented. That's exactly what Action Civics does. It's from that term in particular was coined by Generation Citizen, this organization that works to engage youth in democracy. So what they do is the youth as a class collectively, they come to an issue and decide on it, and then they research, how to create that communal change, and they get them involved in it, and then that in turn has those spillover effects onto their families and other people to get involved as well. The second, can you remind me of the second part? Definitely, it was mixed. It was a mixed bag. Some of them were just steeped in volunteerism, right? So just a few, like a youth council, for example. What we found was youth councils were, what they said were that they were more regulated, right, by bureaucracy. So that advocacy part was kind of stripped away from them. Not necessarily because they couldn't do it, but they just were, I guess, bogged down by all of the hoops that they had to jump through just to get certain things on the agenda, for example.
I just wanted to add, and it wasn't always a policy goal. Some of them was just creating, raising awareness in their community, again, providing those resources. A lot of them mentioned mental health. I think especially with COVID, they had mentioned that they wanted to host workshops, events for youth and their families to come in and just spread awareness about mental health. And that was their goal, not necessarily create a policy in their city, but to have that outcome of, hey, we want to educate our community and our fellow youth and adults, even everybody included. So that was the difference we saw. Go ahead, Kurt.
Recommendations all seem really. And I want to stress that I like the last suggestion about.
Mhm.
I think that we live in a world of scarcity. Just as much as we need more money for homeless kids, we need more money. We need more money for that. And we just don't need it. And so if you really want it, it sounds like that's a problem. Maybe so I'll run through the research. When I look at this slide, I think, what tools? I mean,
Mhm.
there's a whole litany. You don't know which one is going to give you the best return on your investment, or what trainings are effective versus which ones aren't. Is it the internship program or not? Do you just go into it seems like a good idea? Or what background service will give you? I'm sure there's a lot. Right? There's a lot of different ways to do it. Which ones would give you most? And I can see how you wrestle with getting all that data. It is something that's still kind of in its infancy in terms of people really recognizing it. So anyway, I'm really glad that you put down more research and more funding for it. Maybe if we're out there and start to analyze more effective ways to deal with it. All these sound reasonable.
Right.
Right? And can we do all of it, or does it require funding?
Right. And it's definitely a case by case basis. We interviewed an organization in Coachella, and she had mentioned that they couldn't do internships without providing stipends because a lot of their youth in their community were of low income. So how could they expect the youth to come in, dedicate all these hours away from potentially working and providing for their family, for themselves, and how do they expect them to show up? So I think it's definitely a case by case basis, because if you're maybe in a wealthier community where youth have the privilege of taking that time off, then they could probably engage them in more activities that aren't as costly. I don't recommend the stipends. And another point I wanted to bring up was almost all the organizations we interviewed, which was funny at the end, they all said, hey, like nobody's ever interviewed us before. Like we didn't even know that this was a thing. Like we didn't know people were paying attention to us. Like they all said the same thing toward the end of our organization, like, hey, like this is really cool what you're doing because nobody's ever talked to us about this. So that was really inspiring. Well, it inspired us. But yeah, so that was a really cool insight that they shared. I think that just drove us more, our passion to want to continue this research. And I see a question in the back. Mhm.
This is a prime example.
Mhm.
I work at a high school and we don't have a lot of this orientation role model per se for our students. And I know it all comes down to the lack of funding for students, new graduate that can come back to the community on a salary,
Mhm.
not volunteering. That's something that you guys, as community directors, need to kind of find a way to get funded and bring that to our high schools. I just realized that, people, we're very involved in the high school. That's why you're here. That's what we need for more students to be here like you. Get involved so they can come.
Definitely agree. 100%. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So time for one more question? Mhm. Mhm. Right. Yeah. Mhm. Thank you. We'll definitely give you the contact of one of the organizations that focus on environmental justice. That was one of their main cause. So we'll give you their contact in the Inland Empire too. Yeah. Of course. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Oh, yeah. Hey,
Testing? Okay. Yes. Let's do it. Okay. All right, go ahead. Ready? Hi, everyone. Welcome to our capstone presentation, Children in Crisis, the Impacts of Trauma-Informed Practices in California K through 12 Education. My name is Bianca. This is my lovely partner, Sam. And our mentor for this project was Dr. Stephen Brent.
And really quickly, we just want to give a special thank you to the Oro Grande School District, who's in attendance with us today. We've been working with them for the last year on this project. Also to Nick Jenkins, who's helped us with all of our quantitative methods. We legitimately would not have been able to do it without him. So thank you, Nick. And with that, let's get started.
Yeah, so the issue for our project was the lack of understanding and institutional recognition of mental health struggles from our K through 12 education system.
Right, and keep in mind that this issue has been confounded by COVID-19 and distance learning. So students are now re-entering the classroom with more mental health needs than ever before. So this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which I'm sure everybody here is quite familiar with. But we would consider these needs down here at the bottom are basic needs. So esteem, belonging, love, safety. So those are the things we just need in our everyday life to function as human beings. And our K through 12 education system kind of assumes that students are all coming into the classroom on this level with all of their basic needs being met, when that's not the reality. There are students in poverty, students that are food insecure, students that might be facing a traumatic event. And until we give those students the attention and the support that they need, that classroom is not going to be equal among all students. And this is definitely a national issue.
Yeah, so it's such an issue nationally that by age 16, 2 out of 3 children will have experienced a traumatic event in the US. As opposed to California, this is also an issue. The youth suicide rate has jumped 15% between 2009 and 2018.
Right. Additionally, in our state, California currently holds the 5th highest average student to counselor ratio in the US. So the American Association of Counselors recommends a ratio of 250 students to 1 counselor. Currently, California has a ratio of 613 students to 1 counselor. So even the mental health supports that we do have in place in our state are vastly overworked.
Yeah, so who is affected? Primarily our most vulnerable populations of students.
Right, and these students typically include students of color, students from low-income families, foster or homeless youth, and students with disabilities.
So our objective was pretty simple. It was to propose broader educational policies that place an emphasis on the identification and support of all students suffering from trauma or mental health issues. We looked or examined 3 policies, which are all a part of trauma-informed practices. The first policy is trauma-informed training.
Right, so trauma-informed training is basically the way in which we train our educators to be able to better identify when their students need additional support in the classroom, whether it be for traumatic events or mental health issues. But this policy specifically seeks to address 2 main things in the education system: classroom equity and punitive discipline. So in terms of classroom equity, when our educators have a better understanding as of what their students are going through and how best to support them, that kind of helps level the playing field among kiddos in the classroom. In terms of punitive discipline, when our administrators and our educators have a better understanding as to the why behind a student's actions, they're less likely to write that student off as insubordinate or just a bad kid, which is a mentality that we want to, get away from in our education system. So this brings us to the Adverse Childhood Experiences Survey, which is the second policy in trauma-informed practices. It's also called ACEs. And ACEs is a specific 10 questions survey that asks you specific traumatic events that you may have experienced in your lifetime. So we wanted to kind of put that into perspective for everybody here today. So we're actually going to have you take the ACEs survey with us. Bianca is going to ask you 10 questions. If you respond yes to any of these questions, that counts as 1 point. So to yourself, keep your point total in the back of your head, and we'll go over results at the end.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and jump in. The first question is, or before you turned 18, have you ever experienced adults that have put you down, humiliated, or insulted you? Adults that have thrown something, slapped, or hit you? Inappropriate or non-consensual physical contact? Feelings of no support or love from family members? Food insecurity, dirty clothes, or a lack of physical safety? Parents that have separated or divorced? A parent that was abused physically, emotionally, or mentally, living with someone abusing alcohol or drugs, living with a person with mental health issues or suicidal ideation. And our last one is a household member that was or currently is incarcerated.
Okay, so hopefully everyone fell along. Okay, so keep that point total in your head. If you answered 4 or more yes to any of these ACEs questions, according to the CDC, in your adult life, you are now 240% more likely to experience hepatitis, 390% more likely to experience a pulmonary lung disease, 460% more likely to experience some form of depression, and 1,220% more likely to experience suicide or have suicidal ideation. So let that sink in. These are the outcomes that our kids face if they have unresolved childhood traumatic issues. And if we do not give them the emotional, regulatory, and coping skills early, this is their future. That brings us to our last policy, which we're discussing, which is social emotional learning. And this is our curriculum-based approach.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. So according to the California Department of Education, social emotional learning is the critical role of developing positive relationships and emotional connections in the learning process.
Social emotional learning curriculum is implemented as early as pre-K, so children as young as 3 or 4 are learning emotionally regulatory coping skills. And this takes us to Oro Grande, who is the district that we've been working with for this project for the last year. We were really attracted to this district, not only because they use trauma-informed practices, but because they had a pretty unique district layout.
Yeah, so they serve K through 12 children in both public and charter schools. They're located in a rural area. 78% of their students district-wide are enrolled in free and reduced lunch.
That's quite a large number compared to the county average of 71% and the state average of 60%.
And finally, they have a very large student of color population.
So around 2016, Oro Grande was facing some pretty big issues in the district. They had low student engagement, they had high suspension rate, and high student conflict. So the district decided to implement trauma-informed practices in order to combat some of these issues. Not only did it work for these issues, but it also worked on other things like graduation and chronic absenteeism. So with our work with Oro Grande, Bianca and I wanted to see if this result and success with trauma-informed practices could be duplicated in other school districts in California like them. So we set out to find specific school qualifications for our study. The schools we surveyed must be in California. They must serve children K through 12. Their total enrollment must be similar to Oro Grande, and 70% or more of their students had to be enrolled in the free and reduced lunch program. And when we put these very specific qualifications on school districts in California, out of all of the school districts in California, we found
only 8 eligible school districts. So 4 school districts that use trauma-informed practices, including Oro Grande School District, and 4 that do not.
So we looked at these school districts over a period of 3 years from 2017 to 2019. We wanted to go further, but then this funny little thing called coronavirus happened, which prevented us from doing so. But all of the data that we use from this project is from DataQuest, which is from the California Department of Education, which is all public aggregate data on school districts in California. And we specifically looked first at educational attainment variables.
So the first one is chronic absenteeism, which is affected by student engagement and familial support. Just a reminder, in order to be qualified as chronically absent, a student needs to miss 10% or more of the school year, which is a pretty large amount of days.
Absolutely. Next, we looked at enrollment, which looked at school desirability and performance indicators.
Next, we have suspension rates, which is affected by school culture and discipline indicators.
And then last but not least, we also looked at graduation rates, which talked about educational attainment and student success. So we used a number of different types of models in our regression analysis for these variables, and these were the results. So we could see over a period of 3 years for chronic absenteeism, although there does seem to be a trend upward, none of these results were statistically significant. So in order for them to be statistically significant, just for everybody in the audience, the confidence intervals would have to be above or below the dotted line, but not touching it. So although these results weren't statistically significant, we do know that this trend exists because in California, chronic absenteeism has been on the rise by minimum 1% every year since 2015.
For enrollment, the results were not statistically significant and there wasn't really much of a trend. However, for suspension rates in 2017 And in 2019, the results were not statistically significant and there wasn't much of a trend, but it's a little bit more different for 2018, where the results were statistically significant and there was an increase in suspension rates, as you can see.
Right. And then lastly, for graduation, we did see from our regression model that out of all 3 years, school districts that use trauma-informed practices did have higher graduation rates than those that didn't. This is obviously an important indicator.
So another quantitative method that we used was propensity score matching.
So Match It reduces the dependence of causal inferences on commonly made but hard to justify statistical modeling assumptions.
Yeah, so the results from the Match It model were pretty unique. We found that school districts that use trauma-informed practices have lower rates of enrollment and graduation.
You might be thinking to yourself, wait, that's different. And it is different. We found different results from the different methods that we used, but we used different quantitative methods to try to help make up for some of the sample size issues that we had in our project. But we didn't stop there. We also wanted to use mental health-based data for this project. So we turned to the California Healthy Kids Survey, which is a survey that's given to students annually and asks them mental health-based questions. So for the project, Bianca and I took 9 of those questions and looked at the answers from 7th and 11th graders. The questions ask stuff like school connectedness, what's your chronic sadness, your alcohol and your marijuana consumption. Again, we applied it to that 3-year period for the same school districts, and we found some pretty interesting things.
Yeah, so the results include a decreased consumption of alcohol, a decreased consumption of marijuana, and also a downward trend in suicidal ideation. Just a reminder that these results are from schools that used trauma-informed practices.
Definitely important. But as Bianca and I know, even though we're optimists, we do want to be realists and talk about the fact that while the results from our models and our matched analysis were interesting, our sample size and our number of observations may be affecting the outcome. But we did that intentionally. Our sample size was only 8 school districts, but that's because we wanted to find school districts that were like Oro Grande. And what we didn't know at the beginning of the project is that Oro Grande is a unicorn, apparently, and is a very rare type of school district to find in California.
Yeah, so we conducted a total of 14 interviews in the Oro Grande School District. And as you can see, those are the following interviews that we conducted.
So we had some specific interviews for our qualitative methods portion of the project, and these were those. First, buy-in from educators is definitely a challenge of implementation. This also speaks to the presentation of the policies are affected by the mental models, specifically the mental models of teachers. We also saw that teacher retention and turnover can be an issue for funding. School districts do have to come out of pocket to pay for professional development. And if they're constantly having to retrain new teachers, or if teachers leave with that training, that's a loss of funds.
And finally, the policies discussed are crucial to the future of K-12 education. So Sam and I wanted to ask ourselves a question: what does the future of K-12 education and trauma-informed practices look like? And that is wellness centers.
Right, so wellness centers are a very new extension of trauma-informed practices. The first one appeared in California in 2019. Since then, around 3% of school districts in California do have a wellness center on campus. And these centers not only seek to offer mental health support to students, but also to students' families, as well as educators and staff of the school district. So that brings us to the end of this project. Bianca and I wanted to leave you all with none other than an impactful quote from an educator themselves. So this is an interview that resonated with Bianca and I quite a lot. These policies are severely needed. This school year has been the biggest example. Teachers are noting the increased mental health issues among students. I feel like talking about and addressing mental health at the forefront opens up students' abilities to focus and redirect their attention and time into academics. If students are at a good baseline emotionally, they have much less of a mental load blocking them from the educational aspects of the day.
And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you everyone for attending. For the people from Oro Grande School District, my family members, thank you. Do we have any questions?
Thank you. Okay, any questions? Yeah. Thank you. practices. Mhm.
How much, in terms of cost?
Mhm. So
What is preventing us from?
I'm going to say no. I don't think the cost is what's preventing school districts from implementing these in California. The costs are largely subsidized by federal and state grants. The cost for curriculum and these implementation programs, that's mainly covered. The only cost that a school district would have to come out of pocket for is professional development. But one could argue that professional development is already a cost that a school district has to incur, whether it's for trauma-informed practices or another type of training that they do for their educators. So I don't think that cost is the obstacle for school districts implementing these policies. I think antiquated K through 12 education policies are the obstacle preventing that. Hopefully that answered your question. Griselda?
Very good topic. In fact, I saw a bit of a correlation with bullies. So as far as the trauma informed, speak for not only this, but for the school. With a high age, no, I had no idea what emotional intelligence was, nor did my parents. No one taught me, right? So I think it would be ideal to have that.
Absolutely. I think if I could take this one, trauma-informed training is definitely more geared towards the training of staff and educators, not necessarily towards children. Our children based approach is social emotional learning, which is the curriculum that students will interact with in the classroom. That's really where they get the one-on-one experience with trauma-informed practices. Yeah, back there.
You know, it was a great presentation that we did home, like I said, and I think part of your presentation is to look a little further into you and your students. There's a lot of information that is posted about each kid we have, but we don't have enough time to actually get to them. So once you get to know the kid, we were talking about suspensions and stuff. And I think a lot of the times we assume that this kid is like everyone else. They're not like everyone else. So getting to know your students at a more personal level can really be more impactful, which is part of your data.
Absolutely. And I will say that Bianca and I's original goal for this project was to have student level data. But unfortunately, this is a capstone and not a dissertation. And we do not have 5 years to wait on IRB approval to work with vulnerable populations under 18 years old. So that's why we use the survey data, because it's the closest that we could get to actual student input on the policies. But yeah, going forward, if anyone was to continue this research in the future, I would definitely recommend working to get that access towards kids. Yeah. Thank you, Dean. Yeah, Kurt?
I still think they're spots with it. Getting the grants take time and resources to make not unlimited amount of grants, but it does seem that good pitches that I imagine there's a whole stream of foregone costs. That are helped. Get this training, get the appropriate training. And I think the gentleman back kind of brought up incarceration and other elements, just additional services and programs that you need to provide as students go through school with trauma and all the negative effects of mental health experience that. Can you talk about that? Do you know how much can be saved if you do this?
So that's a really good question. And there's still a lot of current research going on as to the actual savings long-term that trauma-informed practices can have on school districts. But my argument to that viewpoint is that school districts need to view these policies as an investment, not only for the district, but for their students down the line. I mean, if we're implementing social emotional learning as early as 4 years old, That means that kids at 4 years old are learning how to emotionally regulate and cope with things at an early age, and they'll be less inclined to face these repercussions the older that they get. So, this is an investment in school districts, not only for the educational attainment of their students, but also for themselves, to decrease their suspension rates and to decrease their chronic absenteeism, and to promote that, oh, we're a school district that has this high of a graduation rate. So that would be my answer to that. Chris? I do. I think Bianca and I both approached this project a year and a half ago, looking at it through a restorative justice lens about how to prevent the school to prison pipeline. That was kind of our original segue into this project. And again, we mentioned it briefly, but if educators and more importantly, administrators are trained in this way to understand what a student might be experiencing, they're more likely to have those crucial conversations of, hey, this is what's going on. What's your attitude towards it, rather than just, you did a bad thing, you're a bad kid, now you're suspended for 5 days. So, yeah, you're welcome. Griselda? So in terms of buy-in, this is a challenge for, I think, any policy that any one of us is going to talk about today. But specifically in education, it's difficult because we are not dealing with a current generation of educators. We're dealing with different educators from different generations that grew up teaching with different methods, and people don't like change. So when you tell an educator what you're doing is not good enough or is not right, and you need to change it to this, there's pushback on that, which is why we also mentioned in our takeaways that the presentation of how you explain these policies to educators and the way that you market it towards them will be really crucial in actually gaining their buy-in. Yeah, Ricky? So we didn't find a correlation between disabled students and higher number of ACEs, just because we didn't have access to student level data. However, we can know from previous research that they are definitely a vulnerable population and that they would definitely benefit from trauma-informed practices. Yeah. And Mr. Flynn, did you have a question?
I was just going to ask, that is quite a bit. So from your perspective, what are the most important things that do? Where are we falling short?
I feel bad Bianca's not answering. I'm like hogging the microphone over here. You want to talk?
Well, basically, when we interviewed the people from our employees from the Oro Grande School District, they all had really good things to say about trauma-informed practices, more specifically social emotional learning. So I honestly believe, and my aunt is actually a preschool teacher, and I was talking to her about this presentation, and she lives in the Bay Area, and she's like, oh my God, I also do social emotional learning. So it's that teacher to student relationship, and I think really that it's going to be I'm losing my train of thought, but here, let me go ahead and transfer to Sam.
Also, I think when we're talking about where we're failing in education, it really does speak to our mental models, right? Like we briefly touched on it in Maslow's. We just have an assumption that kids, when they walk into the classroom, are there to learn. And unfortunately, that's not always the case. And I think it's a very surface level view that we have of children in K-12 education. And I definitely think that these practices help us look below and see how we can be best supporting students and what they're actually going through in order to make sure that they're getting the best education that they can. Yeah. One more question.
I think the emotional teaching is taught at teacher level, but we're not going down to the kids. Because we've been trained, with this social and emotional. And I think that's what I said earlier, we need to get to the student level and find out what's really how they're or not thinking that they can come back to the next day, the next day, the next day. Happen to learn.
Yeah. I think a final takeaway is that this issue is not going away. Mental health is not leaving. More and more kids are being exposed to trauma. And if we continue to ignore it as an education system, then we're not going to really have a good education system at all. So I think this is the way forward. Yeah.
That's fine. I'm gonna leave that up for the time being, so you have a prettier background. You guys, there's plenty of seats up front too, so feel free to move forward. I don't bite. There's some seats next to Nick and Professor Tenard. They don't bite either, I promise. Did you see? Oh yes, did I take the mask off? It's not attractive, right? Good job, everybody. Yeah, it's just because you guys have animation. So, yeah. You wanted to make sure it worked? I just gotta click on Sorry, I gotta get around this way. No, you're good, Aviva. Do you guys have notes like on presenter mode?
No,
No?
no, we're good.
Okay, so are you fine with the little box up there?
Yeah.
Or I can, hang on. You know what, I'm gonna leave this up here and you guys can use this. Let me make sure this is.
it's flipped on this one for some reason, and I don't know, but it's still, it's, well, it's sharing it more than once too. Hang on. Close out of everything. Okay. Right.
Is this what they're seeing?
No, well, they should be seeing,
This person is just.
oh, hang on, maybe because of, bear with me, maybe because I adjusted stuff to you. What is going on? Okay, hang on. I know what I need to do. Bear with me.
Oh, right.
It's, I need to get this over to the.
Oh, the other screen.
There we go. I was like, why is it not? Okay. So we are going to. That one. See? I don't know why it's, I don't understand why it's flipping. Oh, hang on, I'm still on present. I'm on present. Playing with this at once. Okay, there we go. Now it's. Oh, sorry. Oh, no, I have the. Okay, you need to turn the mic on and speak into that so they can hear you. No. There you go. It is.
I go first. I have a clicker now.
So do you want to, or do you need me to?
Click it as much as you want to. I'm gonna just give you the clicker.
Okay.
'Cause-
So then I'll click for you.
Oh, no, I can click it.
Okay.
Can you click it? My clicker is let me see this. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. Just wait.
Well, good morning to our faculty, professors, our fellow peers, and all of those who decided to join us today for our final research presentation. Our cohort has been working very hard on these research projects, and we're excited to show you what we've come up with, and we hope you enjoy. Our team will be presenting inequalities in voting participation for the San Fernando Valley. My name is Julian Reinaga, and my team consists of Marin Guyang Solis and Habiba Nakbi. Over the course of this presentation, we will be presenting background information on the topic, the issue at hand, our objectives, the methodology used, in analysis, and conclusions.
Hello. Okay, so voting. Thank you. Voting participation is important because voting is the foundation of democracy. Voting ensures that political representation and policies are reflective of the values and interests of the voters. But since the 1980s, there has been a decline in voter turnout. And over the course of our research, we found that communities of color are less likely to vote than their white counterparts. So the issue is that inequalities in voting is representative of, or the reflection of the is a reflective of the, sorry. Of the structural racism of the overall US political system. This being said, elections, representatives and policies are not reflective of historically marginalized communities of color and low socioeconomic status face barriers at all steps of the voting process and makes it very difficult for them to cast in their votes on election day.
Thank you. So based on our literature, there's a series of themes that reoccur, which can be seen in the tables below. One of those themes being high income individuals are far more likely to vote in both midterm and presidential elections. And you can see here on the table, those individuals with less than $40,000 a year of income have lower voter rates than those with higher than 150,000. That goes consistent for both midterm and presidential elections, 2014 and 2018, 2012, and 2016. Another theme that's reoccurring is that there's a higher voter turnout among white and Black voters in presidential elections. And you can see here on this table, Hispanic and Asian individuals vote at a very less voter rate than white and Black individuals. Our objectives for this research project consist of depicting the disparities in voting participation in the San Fernando Valley across a series of maps. Using ArcGIS to create 8 maps, we visualize these disparities. We also will determine the statistical significance between voting participation and other variables. For those of you unfamiliar with the San Fernando Valley, the San Fernando Valley consists of 31 cities with varying ethnic and economic consistencies. So as you can see here is a little picture, a map of the San Fernando Valley. This is also an important project for us because most of our team members originate from the San Fernando Valley. So we've seen firsthand how some of the inequalities are taken firsthand for these communities and these disadvantaged communities. Our research information and theory framework are presented here. The data collected is from the US Census of 2010-2014, as well as the 2015 to 2019 census. We gathered census tracts for the entire San Fernando Valley, consisting of population density, non-Hispanic African-American densities, non-Hispanic white densities, African-American, Hispanic or Latino by race, income per capita, percent of people in poverty, and voter turnout for 2012 and 2018 presidential elections. Now, the voter turnout was, the data was gathered from the USC Neighborhood Data for Social Change for the 2012 and 2018 presidential elections. People with lower incomes are less likely to vote, as proposed as one of our hypotheses, and Hispanic and African American individuals are less likely to vote is another part of our hypothesis as well. Now we move on further into our maps that we created on ArcGIS. And here we can see the differences in demographics for the San Fernando Valley. On the left, there's a low amount of African-American populations in the valley. And on the right, we see that there's a high concentration of white individuals in affluent cities, such as Encino, Tarzana, and Woodland Hills. The lower percentages are depicted in the mint blue, and the higher percentages are depicted in the darker blue gradient. We also compared Hispanic populations to white populations. As you can see here, the Hispanic populations are statistically higher in areas such as San Fernando, Arleta, Pacoima, Van Nuys, and we can see that the lower percentage of Hispanics live in the affluent communities mentioned before, Woodland Hills, Tarzana, Encino, and Sherman Oaks. Once again, we have the white population percentages, and you can see that the darker blue representing the high percentage of white populations in these areas. As part of one of our objectives, we decided to compare poverty and voter turnout for 2012. So we see here on the left, the estimated percent of people living in poverty. So the darker orange represents higher percentages of people living in poverty, and the lighter yellowish color represents lower percentage of people in poverty. The same goes for voter turnout on the right. Based on these arrows, we have compared these three cities. So you can see the actual disparities between estimated percent of people living in poverty and the voter turnout. So you see here, Woodland Hills, Tarzana, and Encino have lower rates of poverty. And on the right, you see that Woodland Hills, Tarzana, and Encino have high rates of voter turnout. You have Panorama City in the darker orange that has a high rate of poverty. And in Panorama City, you see on the arrow there, it has a lower rate of voter turnout. The same goes for Burbank and Glendale. As another part of our objective, we also have the comparison of poverty and voter turnout for 2016. And you can see the same process that we did for the previous map. Tarzana and Encino have lower rates of poverty and higher rates of voter turnout, while Sun Valley has a higher rate of poverty and a lower rate of voter turnout. So now our statistical methodology and results. We conducted a linear regression using 405 observations of census tracts in the San Fernando Valley over 4 variables. These variables consisted of poverty, per capita income, Hispanic populations, and African American populations. Our R-squared table represents basically how much of the data this model explains into a certain degree of variance. Our p-value determines if our linear regression is a good model based on if the value is smaller than the alpha value being 0.01, 0.05, or 0.10. And you can see here in our table, for the 3 variables, we have a statistical significance being for the 0.000, but for the African American, we have 0.9740, which we'll explain later on in our presentation. And finally, on the far right, we have our coefficient, which determines the nature of the relationship of our variables being positive or negative. So you can see here we have negative variables, about 3, and we have 1 positive variable. So in other words, 50.84% of the data is explained by our model for poverty, and a 1 unit increase in poverty accounts for a 0.549 decrease in voter participation. 60.09% of the data explained in our model explains per capita, and a 1 unit increase in per capita income accounts for a 0.0002716 increase in voter participation. In other words, saying if you were to give an individual $5,000 more per year per capita, this would result in a 1.36 increase in voter participation. 38.03% of the data is explained by our model for Hispanic populations, as a 1 unit increase in percent of Hispanics results in a 0.142 decrease in voter participation. Now, for the African American population, there was 0% because the data collected, we had to accept the null hypothesis that no correlation exists. And the reason for this being is that regardless of poverty, regardless of income, and regardless of densities of African American populations, they are more likely to vote altogether and consistently vote at higher rates than their counterparts. Here are our graphs represented by the regression. So as you can see here on the far left, top far left, the estimated percent of people in poverty. As the lower the estimated percent of people in poverty is, the higher amount of voter turnout. You can see the blue dots are condensed in that area. And as it goes to the right, we see our best fit line has a negative slope, therefore causing a negative correlation in this graph. Same thing goes for the estimated per capita income. The higher the per capita income, the higher the voter turnout rate. As we see, the best fit line has an increase, has a positive slope, therefore resulting in a positive correlation. The percent Hispanic population has a negative slope. As you can see, the best fit line has a negative decreasing slope, therefore resulting in a negative correlation between Hispanic population and voter turnout. Now, as you can see here, the African American population is almost a straight horizontal line, which we explained earlier. We had to accept the null hypothesis, meaning that there is no correlation between the percent of African American populations and voter turnout.
Okay, so some of our policy outcomes and feasibility would be that the first one that we use as our base case is California New Motor Voter Program, which was kind of designed as a way for people to be able to register for voting once they are done using the DMV services. So for instance, as soon as they use a DMV service, they come through a question, they get a questionnaire, which afterwards they can register to vote for that. As a benefit, what happened was that we saw there was a higher voter registration rate, but the challenge was that this was only limited to people that interact with DMV and people who might be in need of their services. Also, this wasn't fully automatic because people had to input their registration information. And in order for it to be fully automatic, their information should have already been part of the registry. The trade-off for this would be that while it's convenient for us to use the DMV because it's an already established agency, the downside is that it's only limiting it to people who are the DMV customers. Next up, we try to base our policy recommendation of automatic voter recognition based on the California Motor Voter Program, which was that in order for people that are eligible voters that are federally considered eligible, they'll all be able to be automatically registered. What this would do as a benefit is that people that come from low income and like other marginalized communities, they wouldn't have to face a lot of like tactics where they have to be barred from voting, and instead they'll have higher registration rates. Challenges would be, we don't really know who would administer because there isn't a specific agency that we have decided on, or it would take a lot of money for that. So as part of our trade-offs, while this would be very inclusive towards like people from different communities, it's also going to be costly because in order to put an agency in charge of it, we need a lot of money. Lastly, we have the unconditional income transfers, which is basically money given to people in need. This was based on a study done by Randall Uckley. And in the study, there were people from Native American communities that were given a certain amount of cash flow that allowed them to like invest in their families and stuff. And overall, during the time, the benefit that we saw was the increased social capital translated to higher political participation, but this was only for their kids. So the people themselves weren't able to really participate. However, over the generational time, they were having like higher political engagement. The challenge that we will face with this would be if we were to try to implement this within the San Fernando region, we wouldn't really know where the money would come from. We don't have a designated funding revenue. And the trade-off would be that increased political participation for the future generation. However, this wasn't something immediate. So the people that were given the money right then, they weren't able to really take any benefit of it. Okay, thank you.
Here's a look at some of the literature that we used for our project. And thank you so much. Do you have any questions? Also, we'd like to do a special thanks to our advisor, Ron Way, and all the professors that helped us complete all of our work. Thank you so much.
specific. What if it was, get the chance, or are you inputting, you want to see basically based on the coefficient?
So the thing is that this was a study done by like, the author, and like this was specifically designed to see whether it would work. I don't know. And so they saw like over time, they invested in like, they gave people money without telling them that, okay, you can only invest this in certain like programs, you can only invest it in food, clothing, whatnot. Instead, they allowed them like free flow, right? And so what they saw was that over time, they were able to invest in their social human capital. And as a result, their kids later on were able to become more actively participating in like political process. Does that answer your question, Ali?
Yeah. There have been experiments done. Some countries who actually get a on-campus subsidy for faculty or not. That is considered or whatever was the cash incentive or disincentive to get people.
Right. So for the primary purposes of our research, we didn't actually look anywhere outside of the US. The article that we're specifically talking about, and I believe there's two of them, these unconditional cash transfers was through Utah, and for the Native American population, which is also marginally disenfranchised population, and they give them unconditional transfers based on casino surpluses. They got those transfers, and they were able to increase the voting participation, not for the parents, because their data showed that the parents are too stuck in their ways, supposedly, to change their voting habits. But for the kids, having more income in their pockets and more income for the family allowed for the kids to increase their participation in the future. We had two studies that are like that in our research paper. For the purposes of this, we kind of generalized it and made it so that we can sort of explain the overall idea. Yes. Right. So one of the main problems that we had or that we saw as part of our research, that even though you have a lot of registered, or that you have a certain amount of registered voters, they're not always going to go to the turnout or to go vote, actually. A lot of that has to do with the dissemination of information to the voter. That has to do with sometimes the mail-in ballots. Not all the residents that live in a certain area get the same information. The also registering to vote is complicated for those marginalized communities that we focus on, because they tend to move a lot more often than people that have a higher incomes. So therefore, their constant moving or their relocation changes their zip codes, their registration, where they're registering and at. And a lot of our literature is based on that. So when we talk about that in our introduction, our background information, we talk about how it's just a little bit harder in general for these marginalized communities to even turn out because of these sort of hurdles and barriers that they have even before registering or while they're registering. Does that answer your question?
I think part of it was also that, as Marvin and Juliana mentioned, that we saw with our data, our hypothesis was that like the lower income people, or the more poverty stricken communities, would not have higher political engagement, right? And so our data kind of proved that. But the problem is that we focused on this SF Valley, right? The San Fernando Valley region. So there's not a lot of like specific data based on that, right? So we had to like kind of correlate things. We had to work on whatever data we could find and then kind of connect it to that. Does that help kind of clarify it? Yeah. I mean, didn't part of our data explain how like people that don't vote I mean, people that are from lower income, kind of like they face a lot of those challenges, right? Yeah. Oh, okay, on this, yeah. This was more so like what our policy outcomes are as a suggestion to our problems, right? And so based on the previous data, that was like what was answering your question. Does that help? Ah. Other questions? No? Comments? Compliments? Just kidding.
It's really hard to collect data, and we're going back to the statements you have made about economic stability. So it's very hard for us to collect data, and I agree with Jim that a lot of people don't even have access to it. A lot of people move because it's really hard for them to stay in one location. A lot of the data is not going to be available.
Right, that was like part of our challenge that, if we want to connect data, well, the data doesn't exist, right? Because if people aren't registered to vote, then that kind of data isn't available. So how are we going to collect that, right? So we could only like make assumptions and then see what was working out, what wasn't, and correlate it to that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the comments. Representation, yeah. Thank you. That was a compliment. Others? Oh, okay. Thank you all.
And then there you go. It should be good because it's moving on my screen. So, okay, yeah, go for it. Just try.
Hello.
You're responsible for breaking it. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, he was excited. Oh, I think it just got here. Where's the map? Okay, try it. Do you have the presenter mode on there?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. You're good.
Hello. I've never spoken into a mic, so okay, here we go. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Destiny Granados. My capstone is suspension intervention. I'll be investigating the relationship between expanded learning programs and suspension rates. I had the honor, the privilege of working with Dr. Justine Ross. She is the Associate Director of the Robert Presley Center of Crime and Justice Studies. A huge shout out to her for making my capstone possible. Thanks to her, I was able to accomplish this. Her guidance was really helpful. A special shout out to Nick Jenkins. He is a data expert that helped me with R and my massive data set and 2 months of nonstop working on it. So huge shout out, thank you, I appreciate you. So I'll get started. And I'm gonna time myself. Okay, so this study explores expanded learning programs and suspension rates in San Bernardino and Riverside County as a potential intervention to decrease juvenile justice involvement. How did I get here? Is Senate Bill 823. This is a fairly new bill. It's basically the state is realigning their power of the juvenile justice departments. They're letting go of those. They're realigning power to local counties. So they are going to close the juvenile justice departments by next year, 2023, realign their power to local counties at the probation department. And basically what they're doing is they are gonna fund millions of dollars into each county to take control of these youth, these children, youth. And so, sorry, lost my train of thought. So basically what they're gonna do is all the youth that are incarcerated right now for serious crimes at the state level are gonna be realigned to the local counties. So now counties have to figure out what they're gonna do with those youth children that are incarcerated for minor infractions for non-serious crimes, and figure out what to do with them because they have to take everybody from the state and realign them to the local county. And so that's where I come in, and that's where I'm excited to say that SB 823 should work as a intervention. And I'm looking at suspension rates. I'm looking at the school level. So my research question is, do expanded learning programs decrease suspension rates, thus potentially decreasing juvenile justice involvement? SB 823 changes the criminal justice landscape in California. This is the first time that power is being realigned like this. So I think it's a very timely topic, and it's very important because now we have the chance to intervene in students, so that intervene them from going into the juvenile justice department. So the problem at hand is that zero tolerance policies are used to address student discipline, which results in an increase of out-of-school suspensions and expulsions, which is correlated with increased exposure to the criminal justice system. So these policies started in the 1990s. States and districts enacted zero tolerance policies that relied heavily on out-of-school suspensions. It started with the Gun-Free Act, Gun-Free I forgot the exact name, but basically it was to for serious crimes. They were trying, they would expel them. So there were zero tolerance. We're not going to put up with it. It is, and it has shifted into suspending and expelling students for minor infractions, rolling your eyes, disobedience. So it went from serious crimes to minor infractions. And so these policies have led to a dramatic increase in the school to prison pipeline, which is the direct or indirect pathway from school to juvenile detention or adult prison. So there is a substantial body of literature that agrees that there's a correlation between the criminalization of students in school, leading them to a path directly to the criminal justice system. So I looked at zero tolerance and exclusionary discipline policies, which shows that they're detrimental to students from marginalized communities. So we know that minorities are highly impacted by these policies. The school to prison pipeline shows that it's widely used by advocates, researchers, and policymakers to describe the relationship between school disciplinary practices and increased risk of juvenile justice contact. Racial and ethnic disparities, of course, Black and Brown students are suspended and expelled at higher rates compared to their white counterparts. And finally, fourth is, well-implemented school-based interventions have shown to reduce suspension rates and the risk of juvenile delinquency by building positive environments that provide supports for students. And this is where I'm coming in, where I'm saying expanded learning programs help in reducing suspension rates. And that's what I look in my study, that is what I'm exploring. So expanded learning programs, amongst other things, focus on developing the academic, social, and emotional needs through hands-on engaging learning experiences. And finally, the correlation. The correlation between suspension rates and juvenile delinquency is not only supported, but studies suggest that suspending students promotes repeated school sanctions and ultimately increases the risk of arrest. So we see that correlation between students, suspension, and it leading into the criminal justice system. Expanded learning in California, of course, I'm not going to do New York, I'm not going to do Texas, I'm going to do it right here at home. Expanded learning in California has three main programs. ACES and 21st are at the elementary and middle school level. ACES partners with public schools and communities and provides academic and literacy support. And it has safe, constructive alternatives for youth. So they're after school programs. They're called expanded learning because they go above and beyond to not just have a place to babysit them after school when they get out. They focus on homework, they focus on academic achievement. 21st, the goals of 21st century are to improve academic achievement, provide enrichment services that reinforce and complement the academic program as well. And finally, ASSET. ASSET is at the high school level. And what that does is not only does it provide academic enrichment and college readiness preparations, they actually also are a safe space for youth. So these are actual programs that they want you to go to so that you're not out in the streets, especially in high school. Teenagers, you know, they walking home, they can deter their path from walking home and get into trouble. So these are focused on having them at the school for the same reason. So this is leading me into my data, to my research. I went ahead and looked at Riverside County, San Bernardino County for the 2018-2019 school year. So this was pre-COVID. COVID, you know, everybody's hybrid, they're attending school virtually, you're not getting suspended, you're not getting expelled. So the most recent year I can do is 2018-2019. So this is the fun part, this is where the data came in. I have 3 data sets that were merged together. From the California Department of Education, I got 3 main data sets. The first one was the suspension rates. I was able to pull the total suspension rate and non-white total suspension rates, among other things. Free and reduced price meals, this is free and reduced lunch, and this is a proxy for socioeconomic status. And demographics, whites versus non-whites, I was able to have just the white rate, and then I have Asians, Blacks, Hispanics, etc., merged together as non-white. And then Riverside County expanded learning data, they didn't provide me much. This is a data limitation for sure that I will get into later. They just gave me a list. This school district has this program, this school district has the other one, very superficial, at the district level, no information at all. Whereas the San Bernardino County was able to, they gave me an Excel sheet with numerous variables that I was able to use. They provided funding, participation rate, attendance. They provided what kind of after school program they had. So it's very detailed, very descriptive. My methodology, I do linear regression. And so I have 5 models that I present today. The first one is Riverside County. The unit of analysis at the district level, again, a data limitation that they didn't give me more. My dependent variable focuses on suspension rate across the board for San Bernardino and Riverside County. The independent variable is a dichotomous one. Do they have the program? Do they not? Again, superficial. And the controls for that is the proxy for socioeconomic status, which is the free and reduced lunch, and the demographics % non-white. For my models 2 through 5 for San Bernardino County, the controls are the same all across, socioeconomic status and the demographics. And the dependent variable is what changes. My unit of analysis at the school level all across. And the dependent variable is total suspension rate. That's what I'm looking for. And my independent variable changes from the presence of having an expanded learning program. It changes for the participation rate in ACES, particularly ACES program. I look at 21st participation rate, and then I look at ACES funding. So Riverside County findings, again, didn't get much. There weren't significant data limitations. Unfortunately, I couldn't do more with it, but the small correlation that we did see, or the directionality of this, is that school districts that do have expanded learning programs tend to have the association of a 0.25% lower suspension rate than school districts that don't have expanded learning programs. So San Bernardino County findings, this model is actually very important in deciphering, okay, do they have ACES, which is one of the expanded learning programs, or do they have ACES and 21st? So this was a dichotomous as well. Do they have it? Do they not have it? And then what is the significance about it? So in this particular model, we saw that the presence of the expanded learning program wasn't significant, whether it was ACES and 21st, but what was significant is the participation rate. So not only are we having these programs here, but are they taking advantage of these programs? And we see that they are. The our ACES participation rate for a 1 unit increase in the participation rate for ACES, we see a 0.31 directionality decrease in total suspension rate. So that shows us that these expanded learning programs are helping in reducing suspension rates. The third and fourth models both look at the same thing, basically participation rate, whether it's ACES or 21st. There's not significance here, but the directionality is important. We see that ACES participation rate does impact, there's that directionality that if you participate in ACES, you decrease suspension rates by 0.312. And in 21st participation rate, we only see we don't see a significance. So basically what we're getting from here is that ACES works over 21st. I do want to include that 21st century, not all the schools participate in 21st century, and those schools that do have 21st century also have ACES. So that's an important note as well. And finally, looking at the funding, ACES funding shows that for every $10,000 given, we have a decrease of 0.14 in total suspension rate. So the more money that you're investing into these programs, it's causing, or there's a directionality, we can predict that suspension rates are decreasing. So at this point, I have found out that 1, participation in the programs matter. 2, ACES is predicted to decrease suspension rates, and 3, funding matters. So what about it? Well, I recommend that we're at a point in history where there is a major shift in power and the way juvenile justice is going to be managed. So our youth are directly in our hands now, and we have the power to implement programs, alternative prevention and intervention strategies. So the probation department needs to use SB 823 to meet students where they are every day at the schools. That is where they spend more than half their time is at the schools. So first, sub-awards to fund school districts. My findings support that expanded learning programs like ACES are associated with decreasing suspension rates, and we can sub-award and fund school districts to not only fund ACES-like programs, but also use the money to expand the ACES programs that they already have. And if they don't have one, then they can implement an ACES program. Second, pilot programs at the high school level. I did run a model at the high school level in San Bernardino County, but I only had 6 schools, no significance at all. I can't compare it to anything else. So I recommend that they possibly do like a pilot program where they take, they make an ACES-like at the high school. They have 3 years, every 3 years, SB 823 funds again their grants. And if it doesn't work, they can do one of 2 things. drop the program that they implemented or tweak it so that they can see, okay, this didn't work. What do we need to change to continue working towards decreasing the suspension rates? Third, enhanced expanded learning programs. So we already have established that there's expanded learning programs, ACES, 21st, ASSET, right? So this is the part where I recommend that we incorporate restorative discipline programs, add additional services to the expanded learning programs, such as a specific counselor that focuses on behavior. So we know that these expanded learning programs work, okay, they're good, but how can we further intervene between students engaging in criminal activity, getting suspended? We can implement a specific counselor that is there at the program, such as social emotional learning, coping mechanisms, etc. And finally, further investigate the Inland Empire. Solutions for the region are solutions for the world, right? So I didn't have individual level data so that I couldn't track a student or a group of students that started at attending expanded learning programs, ACES, 21st, whatever they have at their school, and then see if they were involved in the criminal justice system. I don't have that data, that correlation to see if it's true. So I believe that if they were to further investigate this and put funds into tracking this, it'd be very valuable. Riverside County wasn't thorough in giving me data that had participation rate or school level data. So it would be helpful to see if the directionality of my findings are really there. And then we can compare Riverside County and San Bernardino County. All right, and so lastly, this is all worthwhile to investigate because probation departments are actually still trying to figure out what to do with the millions of dollars that they're getting. They have a whole nother year. So this started 2 years ago. They have a year left. So July 1st of next year is when they need to start moving and implementing these. So I think this is a time where they can put this into put this on the table and say, okay, how can we further decrease? Let's intervene before students. We have to figure out where to put them. Where are we going to put them in a detention center? Are we going to put them in rehabilitative programs? So this is a point where they say, let's take preventative action, preventative measures so that students don't have to go down this pathway to begin with. And that concludes my presentation. We cannot always build the future of our youth, but we can build the youth for our future. Thank you. Any questions? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so it already is at a massive scale because these programs are state funded and federally funded. So we have millions already to work with. And so what the probation department can do is just with the millions they're getting is just add more money to the bucket and implement extra programs because, you know, as my findings show, it works, they work. And it's such a, I don't want to say expanded learning programs are superficial, but they're just for academic enrichment purposes. So if we actually implement programs that focus on behavior, et cetera, you know, coping mechanisms, then I think it's valuable. And so as far as funding goes, the money's there. It's just how we allocate the money. Thank you.
I'm wondering what your take is on whether or not, one, is that the best way forward, having 58 counties and figuring out how to best respond to this, or is it better to have, or go back to having like one state department actually implementing this statewide?
That's a very good question. Thank you. And it's exciting because I get to talk about SB 823 a little bit more. So basically SB 823 is part of the measures that California has been taking over the last few years, the last few decades, of to not criminalize children so much. Let's try to rehabilitate them. Let's try to not at such a young age, we're criminalizing them and we're setting them up for failure basically. So I think two things that they're doing with SB 823. They're one, giving grants to support programs, specific, they have specific qualifications. And two, they're giving money to further fund detention centers. So the state's getting rid of their detention centers, but they're not telling the counties to get rid of theirs. So I think this is an important part where we say, okay, sure, but let's take a step back. And that way they don't have to go to the detention centers to begin with. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah.
Or-
For basically implementing cases.
Mhm. Yeah.
Is it more efficient to have like one state agency, maybe like the Department of Education, statewide implement this, or is it better? to
Okay.
have 58 counties?
Okay, I get your question. So here's the thing. SB 823 is all juvenile justice department. I'm trying to collaborate, cross those lines between juvenile justice and schools. That's where I'm kind of like, okay, take the county at the school level, district level, and let's kind of get from the probation department, let's fund money, because we see that directionality between suspension rates leading to criminal involvement, which they end up from the school to the county anyways with the probation department. So why can't the probation department, from the millions that they're getting, go ahead and give money, because the kids end up there anyway. So let's not let them end up there. Let's take a preventative measure. So I see what you're asking, but I think it's up to each county, the probation department, that's up to them what they want to implement. Because again, the state is realigning their power. They don't want to deal with it anymore. Counties are going to take care of it. And I mean, are some counties going to be better off than others? Probably, but I think it's a measure of, it's a step forward, and further studies can, be fine tweaked and, yeah, adjusted for what they need. Yes. This one?
So first, going back to my question, it does seem like this is kind of expanding the radius. It's pretty silent.
Mhm.
In your discussion, when you comment, you see that the 10% of the say that's a minimum. We want to use our money to build. And that should be funded by something else. That's my first
Yes.
question.
For Riverside County, I had 16 school districts, like 16, like it was very small. And then it was ACEs, yes or no, at the middle school or elementary school level. There was like superficial, literally no information. At the school district level, yes. Yes. That's for Riverside. Riverside County, it did not give hardly anything. So I deep dived into San Bernardino because I had all that extra information. As far as Riverside, it was very superficial. For San Bernardino, I had 247 schools and 18 school districts at the school level. Yes. With the more complex equation and it being more rigorous, then I could have done the student level, I believe, because I'm giving some information. As far as your first question, it's a fair question. I'm stubborn and I say, yes, they can do it. I think it's, how do I put it into words, what I'm thinking? Basically, the probation department is better off. Our kids are better off. Society long-term is better off if we take these preventative measures in enacting these programs, because we're only helping our children, we're helping our future, we're helping so that school to prison pipeline doesn't exist. So that's like my main thing, is that intervention. And I can see them arguing that no, they don't want to funnel money that way. We need to focus on our detention centers. We need to focus on the programs we want to do. And that's where I'm like, no, you should do this because of X, Y, and Z. My findings show if expanded learning programs decrease total suspension rate, which the literature backs it all up, that it decreases the likelihood of them being, involved in the criminal justice department. So that would be me being stubborn and saying, no, you have to do it anyways. Thank you. Yes. So
Yes, it's a very significant coefficient. Is it small in magnitude? Is it large? So
Yes.
you know what your dependent variable, how is it measured? Is it from 0 to 100?
Yes. So all of my unit of analysis, all of my variables are from 0 to 100. I don't have that information off the top of my head, but I didn't do that level, that analysis. I'm sorry, I don't have that answer for you.
That will allow us
Mhm.
to interpret whether minus 0.31
Mhm.
is large effect, you know, yes, it is significant, but is it numerically large?
Okay. Thank you. That's something that I will look into definitely.
So I think one of the earlier presentations is your
It'll have this effect.
what will be the
Mhm.
percentage effect on total assessment?
Right. And that's actually something that I can look further into. I didn't
That would make your results even more
stronger. Yes. Yes, I agree. Thank you for that. I will definitely look into it. Any other questions? It is free because they are funded through the state and through the federal government. And it's just more of parents going out of their way or teachers to sign them up, the students to attend. But it is free on the student level. They do attend for free. Yes.
So like this will be my last question.
I hope so.
So like San Bernardino is a massive county.
Mhm.
Very so I'm curious, if we looked at whether or not there was some statistics are different between like the cities in the southern part of the county versus the north versus the highway.
Yeah, so I didn't have the, I didn't do that. I have the information to do it time-wise. I can literally do so much with information and explore it. We can explore different outcomes. For my purposes, for my study, I didn't look into that specifically. It was a little bit more generalized. Thank you for that question. Do you have a question? Yeah. I not briefly, I spent a lot of time reading the law, SB 823, and no, that's like without having to go into detail, no. They do have the grants and they have a list of they can subaward money for this program, for that, whatever it is. But me specifically saying intervention programs, restorative discipline programs, it's not on the list. And that's when I go knocking on their door saying, put it on the list. So thank you for that question. Yes.
It's not a variation in terms of what kids see.
Thank you. That's a perfect question because that is one of the limitations that I had. I have all that information. Is it defiance only? Is it a violent incident with injury or violent incident with no injury? When I did look into these specific, when I made them my dependent variables, I have models to show they weren't statistically significant, but they did show the directionality that, you know, these serious offenses, there's higher suspension rates in them. And when you add expanded learning programs, they kind of, I don't want to say deter, but there's the association that when they're, when I ran them with the model with the expanded learning programs and like violence defiance only, it did decrease suspension rates by a couple of points. Even though they weren't statistically significant, the directionality was there. So I did it for the purposes of what my data had, what I could run. I just kept the dependent variable total suspension rate all across for my capstone. Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Hey, funny, Michael, funny. Thank you everyone for hanging in and to those on Zoom. We are now going to break for lunch, so feel free to log off and then I will let you back in. We will be starting at 1 o'clock, so we'll be back on track. And I'll be playing around with this during lunch. So students, faculty, staff, the lunch options, it's baguette. So there's ham, BLT, turkey, roast beef, portobello, veggie, and tuna, because we have a couple pescatarians. Your lunch is in my car. I forgot to bring it in. And it's got a twist off cap too. I plan ahead. So please feel free, help yourself. Do sign in, please, because I need that for to give to our. Yeah, there's a tuna. There's only one group of tuna. There's 2 sets of the other veggie. So enjoy. Thank you for your patience. Bathrooms are out the hallway. You can exit out this door too if you wanted to eat outside.
Do we, is it 1 PM yet?
Let me see.
Yes. Oh, yeah, you have it first and then pass it on. Yep.
Sorry. Are we waiting for anyone? Yeah, I'm gonna trade me spots.
Should we go, should we stand all here and then we'll come back when you hand it to Haley?
I just want to be close to my eyes.
Okay.
We're ready when you are. I don't know if, are we waiting for someone to blow a whistle or something? Okay. Uh,
6 minutes, right? Is that what we usually do?
Yes, exactly. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter Karlstrom, here presenting on behalf of Group 1. The title of our capstone project is Legacy of Redlining, Evidence of Lead Exposure in Drinking Water Samples from California Public Schools. Also in the group, we have Haley Welch and we have Wajiha Noor. And real quick, a brief overview of what we'll be presenting today. This is just a brief introduction. Haley will be doing the background and evidence. Wajiha will be doing methods and outcomes, and then I will be wrapping it up with findings and recommendations.
Okay, so the current policy that we analyzed for this project was Assembly Bill 746. Assembly Bill 746 went into effect in 2017, and it mandates that all public and private schools get lead testing done of any potable water systems. It's also important to note about that policy that this policy only mandated 1 round of testing, though the frequency of testing per school did vary, and we'll touch on that later in the presentation. So lead is detectable throughout California's public school system. It is a known neurotoxin. Children can absorb lead 4 times more often than adults, and the effects are irreversible. I want to bring your attention to this graphic. As you can see, this shows the adverse health effects of lead exposure. So according to the state of California, remedial action does not take place until lead reaches 15 parts per billion in a school water sample. As you can see here, I know it's kind of hard to see, but anything under 15 parts per billion, even at 10 and 5 parts per billion, there's still irreversible damage taking place in the youth of California. So we have at 5 parts per billion, we have delayed puberty. At 10 parts per billion, we have a decreased IQ and other cognitive issues that take place. So the objective of our project, we wanted to look at the legacy of redlining. So we wanted to understand if there was an association between the exposure of lead in California schools and the HOLCs, the homeowner loan corporations, residential security maps from the 1930s. So you may be wondering, what is redlining? So redlining is a discriminatory lending practice where lenders would deny loans to individuals based on the racial composition of their neighborhood. This started in 1938. It was a racist segregationist policy that affected cities throughout the entire country. For the purpose of this project, we're only looking at California cities. So lenders would redline the neighborhoods that were deemed hazardous to investment. As you can see, this is an old map of Sacramento, and you can see the neighborhoods that were redlined on the map. Here's 8 digitized maps of the 8 historically redlined cities we looked at. We have Fresno, Stockton, Sacramento, San Jose, Los Angeles, Oakland, San Francisco, and San Diego. I also want to mention there were 4 grades given throughout the city. So we have A, B, C, and D, with A the best and D the most hazardous to lend to. I also want to mention this policy negatively impacted communities of color. That was a big part of this. And then the past literature on redlining, it is clear that individuals that reside in redline neighborhoods experience health disparities, educational disparities, and are even exposed to environmental toxins at a higher rate compared to individuals who live in A or B or even C neighborhoods. And then most recently, an article came out that individuals that resided in redline neighborhoods were more at risk for COVID-19 compared to their counterparts. So here's some evidence we gathered. So we overlaid the historical 1930s maps with 2010 census data, looking at the median income of individuals residing in this area. So this is a violin plot. So for the first plot, the green on the left-hand that goes horizontal, these were historical A neighborhoods. And you can see that the median income for individuals in this neighborhood was about 160,000. While I want to bring your attention down to the D neighborhoods, the median income for individuals in this neighborhood was 50,000. So there's a clear economic disparity that exists 80 years after this policy went into effect. And then we wanted to look at the same issue for racial disparities. So on the horizontal axis, we have a percentage of people of color residing in these neighborhoods. The vertical, we have the HLC grades. So again, for grade A, there is a lower percentage of people of color residing in these neighborhoods, while for grade D, we have a higher percentage of people of color. So once again, these disparities, racial and socioeconomic, persist across these neighborhoods that were redlined. I also want to mention N, not graded. So these maps were made in the 1930s and cities have since expanded. So there are still, looking at the current day maps, there are neighborhoods that were not redlined or didn't even exist at that time. I'm going to pass it off to Ajiha.
Thank you, Haley. For our project, we started off with 2 research questions. The first question that we posed was to look at, are lead outcomes higher in school belonging to red line cities or versus non-red line neighborhoods? The second question that we asked was based on our lead exposure levels and testing frequency, spatially clustered or randomly distributed throughout historically graded section of red line cities. So for our project, we collected secondary data from 3 different sources. Starting off with the first source from the water boards, we actually gathered the lead sample results for roughly 7,000 public schools in the state of California. And this sample was collected between the years 2017 to 2019. From the Mapping Inequality Project at the University of Richmond, we gathered 1930s digital HOLC maps. And these were available for 8 historically redlined cities in California. From the Census Bureau, we got 2010 census tract data for median household income and for racial and ethnic composition indicators at the census tract level. Now, for our project, we used 2 different approaches. In order to address our first research question, we basically did regression modeling. For our second research question, we estimated local and global measures of spatial autocorrelation. Our study's first outcome was to look at the highest reported lead concentration in parts per billion at the school site. According to the state standard, EPA has set up a state standard for action level exceedance above 15 parts per billion. But do we know that FDA actually has a standard for bottled water, which is much stringent, and it is set at 5 parts per billion. Currently, our data shows that roughly 80% of the schools in our sample of 7,555 schools had lead levels below 5 parts per billion. But 4% of the schools had action level exceedance, and they were required by law to take action. What type of action? They had to notify the public. They had to make sure that the faucets that were contaminated should be removed. And they had to provide portable waters for these schools. But if we set the standard to 5 parts per billion, the number of at-risk schools increases dramatically. We found that 1,320 schools had lead, which was above 5 parts per billion. And that is a school we are talking about in terms of at-risk schools, and this represents our study's subsample. Now, moving on to our first finding for our lead outcome as a main outcome. We did a regression model, and here you see 4 different specifications. The first specification and the difference between all these are basically varying the number of sample size and also based on the number of variables. For all 4 specifications, we have added the HOLC grades as our main predictor variable. And the subsample was again the 1,320 at-risk schools, and the main sample was the entire population of public schools in California. So what we found was that there was no statistically significant relationship that exists between red line areas and lead concentration in school, which is contrary to what we were expecting to find. But we did find statistically significant hotspots and cold spots. So on these maps, basically the red regions over here are the hotspots, and the darker blue regions actually show the cold spots. And what do I mean by hotspots and cold spots? Basically, hotspots are schools which had higher level of lead, and they were surrounded by higher level of schools with higher level of lead. And cold spots are basically schools with low concentration of lead, and were surrounded by schools with low concentration of lead. This is a very important map to see because the policymakers can visualize and see where the problem areas of schools are, and they can design policies to kind of mitigate water quality issues in these schools. Moving on, our study's second outcome was to look at frequency of testing. Now, according to AB 746, they did not specify the number of tests that have to be conducted at a school, but the water boards actually recommended the water providers to collect 5 samples throughout the schools. So on average, you see here, this tall peak basically shows that most schools, the water providers were collecting 5 samples. But in our study, we found that there were a lot more sampling done in some schools, and there were a lot less sampling. So the testing frequency kind of varies between 1 to 26. And this is our study's second outcome. We did the same regression estimation as before for frequency of testing. Here again, we have 4 different specifications. They all vary based on the sample size that we selected and based on the number of variables. So the additional covariates that we added included HLC city status, median household income, and people of color. And testing frequency was statistically significant with all HLC grade and median household income. Similarly, we did the same hotspot and cold spot analysis for testing frequency. Here again, you see that there are statistically significant hotspots and cold spots based on this variable of choice, but we see a lot of variation within the cities and across the HLC cities. Now Peter will continue.
Awesome, thank you, Wajiha. So our findings today, we have 3 major findings. The first, regression models produced mixed results for HOLC grades and lead outcomes. Like Wajiha mentioned, our hypothesis is that we thought that we would find elevated levels of lead in water samples in schools that were in historically redlined neighborhoods. Fortunately, that is not the case. Again, these maps were drawn 80-something years ago, and it seems like progress has been made in eliminating lead exposure in those neighborhoods. Second, as a variable, median household income is associated with lead exposure. So while we didn't find the correlation between historically redlined neighborhoods and lead concentration, we did find it with median household income. And then finally, we found 4 historically redlined cities had statistically significant hotspots and cold spots. The thing is that it wasn't the same 4 cities that had hotspots and cold spots when it came to lead concentration as well as testing frequency. So we came up with 3 policy recommendations. The first and the biggest one, we recommend revising remedial standards from 15 parts per billion to 5 parts per billion. That would change. That means that schools with lead levels that violated the state standard would increase from 3% to 20%. And this is not without precedent. Berkeley Unified School District, Oakland Unified School District, and San Diego Unified School District have all taken action above and beyond what the state standard is on these issues. Furthermore, for schools that are repeat violators, we recommend point of use filtration units in schools so that students at those schools are not exposed to elevated levels of lead. And then finally, Wajiha also mentioned this, we recommend consistent sampling taken across schools. So what that means is that if you have a school that submits 1 water sample and then you have a school that submits 26, which is what we saw, it's kind of an apples and oranges comparison, and it's not, there's a lot of risk. There's a lot of things that could happen in between those ranges. Okay, and then so real quick, 3.8% of schools currently are impacted by the lead standards of 15 parts per billion. If we were to change that, it would increase to 17% of schools, which is 1,320 schools. Our recommendations, the criteria that we focused on when making these recommendations were effectiveness, feasibility, and efficiency. The benefits to this would be parents, children, and society at large, the public health as well as the public safety of the general public. Costs would be primarily be borne by school districts and water service providers. There are other alternative sources of funding that could assist with this. We listed a few of them: California's SAFER program. There's also voter approved bond measures that could be used to tackle this in the case of San Diego. And then finally, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, also known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, included $15 billion in funding, not specific to schools, but to replace lead lines. Limitations. The scope of our spatial analysis was limited to those schools, to those neighborhoods that were graded by the HOLC. So for any expansion that has taken place in the last 80 years that were not graded by the HOLC, that was not included in our spatial analysis. And then also we wanted to mention unique local variables. Some of my friends from the Coachella Valley know that we have unique drinking water issues, in parts of the Coachella Valley, as well as in rural areas across the state. Those types of considerations were not part of this analysis. And then finally, last slide. In conclusion, we have high levels of lead were detected in public schools, up to 2,000 parts per billion. Our research shows that at least 13.7% of additional schools require preventative action to avert unhealthy exposure to lead. And then finally, despite absence of causal correlation in our analysis, there are still major socioeconomic and racial disparities that exist in historically redlined neighborhoods. Just within the last couple of months, New York Times highlighted an article that found that there was much poorer air quality in historical redline neighborhoods. And then also a little before that, there have been found that those that reside in historically redline neighborhoods were also impacted far greater by COVID-19. And that is it. That is our contact information. And are there any questions and comments?
Kurt, go ahead. Oh, Erica.
You want to take first?
So I know there is a campaign to lower the state remedial action from 15 parts per billion to 5 parts per billion. So it is talked about. I don't know, in like social discourse, like I think people are surprised to find out that schools in California have such high lead levels. I think it is a little shocking and something you think that wouldn't still be an issue. But that, as far as I know, there is a campaign to lower the state level, like we discussed in our recommendations. Yes.
Not for the in-school filtration systems. However, to completely address the problem and reduce to replace lead lines and things like that, it's actually extremely expensive. And one figure that I found, particularly incredible was the school district of San Diego was reducing their standard from 5 parts per billion to 1 part per billion, and they passed a bond of $45 million in order to bridge the gap between those. But when it comes to the in-school filtration systems, it kind of varies because those are they're not permanent. They need to be, there's a maintenance and replacement costs associated with that. Yes, the technology does exist. Absolutely.
Had you all tried using, or just not using construction, like post-fault map construction as your baseline category? Because it occurs to me that like the reason you might be getting this is because you're comparing new construction to old construction. So you tried just using ABC category zones as your omitted variable, and then looking at just if there was a specific for red line areas only, to see if they're any different from like 19 or 1934.
I think that's a good suggestion. Currently, we did not look at specifically just looking at red line neighborhoods, but I think going forward, we can add that into our analysis and see if we see any different results. But again, the schools that were sampled were all built prior to 2010. So, I mean, they did factor into account that these are old constructions.
Kurt? No, no, it's outdated infrastructure, lead lines and things like that. Obviously, the federal government banned lead in paint and, you know, piping and things like that several decades ago, but it's still an issue across the country. Of course, very recently, the most famous one is Flint, Michigan. You know, that it kind of entered the national discourse at that point. But it is replaceable infrastructure in most cases. But we did find at some this isn't on the slides, but there's an average of it costs about $10,000 per lead line. This is an EPA estimate to replace them. So for those you know, buildings that have a lot of old lead pipes and things like that, it becomes extremely expensive very, very fast. Yeah, all schools that we analyzed were built prior to 2010. That was our data set. It didn't include more recently built schools. Mhm. Any others? Yes.
So A, B, C, D are compared to the non-graded section, which these are all dummy variables. And the base case is N. And that's where we're comparing it to. I understand what you're trying to ask, like, how are we comparing it? The N group, which are the non-graded sections of the entire state of California, are the comparison category. Any more questions? Mm-hmm.
So the old maps that you're using actually were in the 1930s built to shore up existing mortgages, not to issue new mortgages. Those were maps put out by the Federal Housing Administration that actually got destroyed. So you can't use this anymore because like they're sealers and stuff too. They magically disappeared. So yeah, so the redlining maps don't go for that. Previous set.
But it did result in a lot of money that was being generated in redline neighborhoods and diverting that into the suburbs and outside of those redline neighborhoods, which kind of set in motion this. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, everyone.
You have any tech
Yes. Okay, cool.
Should we move this way and this way so we can see?
Hello, everyone. My name is Chelsea Lee. My partners are Alan Rodriguez and Brian Piches Fuentes. We have analyzed water affordability in California with the guidance of our two advisors, Dr. Kurt Schwabe and Dr. Mehdi Namadi. Today's presentation will begin with our main issues, objectives, and literature review findings. We will then take a deep dive into the data and survey methods and results. After our policy alternatives and recommendations, we'll end the session with a Q&A. So it's hard to discuss water affordability without first addressing the critical role of climate change. Widespread climate change has affected landscapes in several different ways across the world. Particularly in California, we have seen this in the form of severe drought, which of course leads to a lack of access to drinking water and safe water. The state of California has attempted to address this issue with these two main policies. In the year 2012, it enacted AB 685, which established water as a human right. It followed this in the year 2020 with SB 200, which established the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. But this still leaves some uncertainties regarding what accessible and affordable really mean, and is water accessible and affordable all throughout the entire state of California? So our main objectives here are first to determine what bill delinquency actually is and where in the state families actually struggle with paying their bills. Secondly, we want to determine how socioeconomic and other factors impact bill delinquency as a factor of affordability. Our literature review encompassed several different pieces of literature, not only on bill delinquency, non-payment for water, but also for other types of bills. This included electricity, gas, property taxes, rent, and several other factors. The literature finds that bill delinquency is typically defined as being at least 30 days late on payment. When we were looking at residential demand for water, the researchers found that this is typically dependent on household income, the pricing of water and sewer services, as well as some other household characteristics. When households are delinquent in their bills, water agencies typically respond by implementing utility shutoffs, fees, charges, and deposits. This can lead to a lack of access of water, which is a huge public health concern. This can also have some negative impacts on households' financial health and security. Some characteristics of bill delinquency that we had identified have to do with household income, race, ethnicity, home ownership, and renting status, as well as education. And lastly, we see that researchers have recommended several different alternatives to utility shutoffs, fees, charges, and deposits for these water agencies to use when households are delinquent in their bills. As you can see, a lot of these are really income-based, which can tell you a little bit about how much income really affects bill delinquency. We want to highlight these two main themes within our literature review. We see that water agencies, of course, use utility shutoffs. They implement fees, charges, and deposits when households are bill delinquent. Researchers have long criticized these methods as being unjust practices that punish disadvantaged communities for their circumstances by denying them of such a human basic right and need. The characteristics of households, the researchers have found that typically low income and communities of color have seen or have experienced bill delinquency more often, and they are more likely to be paying or bearing the brunt of rising water costs. Now, the combination of these two themes really highlights this huge issue of environmental injustice.
So now we move on to the data portion of our analysis. The initial data set that we started off with came from surveys sent out to a handful of California water systems. As you can see here, the survey was looking at the COVID-19 physical impacts on these water systems. Surveys were sent out to 151 large systems, or those that had more than 10,000 connections, and 428 small and medium-sized systems, or those with less than 10,000 connections. The survey was composed of questions looking at the financial impacts and the number of households that fell in debt. It's important to note here that for the households that fell in debt, they were placed on a range. This range was interval assessing how much that they owe via $100. So the range was 0 to 100, 100 to 200, 200, 300, so forth and so on, up until over $1,000. The survey, while the survey gave us the characteristics of the household debt, we wanted to better understand the populations that were being affected and the water systems that provided the utility. So we combined this data set with two other ones. The first one was 2020 census data. This gave us the better understanding of the characteristics of the populations that are being affected via zip codes. The second was California water system logistics. This gave us a little bit more information as to what the name was, PWSID, or Public Water System Identification, the number of populations that are being served, and the number of connections that they have. We did also create a fourth data set with this, but we'll be talking about that on the next slide. So to prepare our analysis, we did have to do some data cleaning. We originally started with a little over 1,700 observations. This was from the surveys. We brought that down to a little bit over 1,400 observations because we removed any observations that didn't have specific zip codes or key information that we were going to use. From there, we dropped it down to 752 observations. This is a lot, but we did this because we eliminated duplicate zip codes. It's important to note this because water systems are not bound by specific size, rather by the area that they serve. And so a lot of area codes can carry up to 2 to 3 different water systems that serve the population. However, it's too difficult to analyze which populations are being served and how properly it is. If we were to take maybe the percentage of population of Latino Hispanics within an area code with maybe 2 water systems, we cannot accurately say if it's 50-50 split between the 2 water systems. That way, we decided to remove any duplicate zip codes and go with those with the largest portion. From then, we aggregated the data to 339 observations via zip codes and PWS ID. Lastly, we did 41 observations from a random sample of surveys that we conducted to better understand how these systems define bill delinquency.
So we ran this small survey to explore exactly how different water systems deal with people not paying their bill. This was not very easy to find, as there's a lot of diversity in how water systems display their information and how they code it. Some of them don't even display it. We had to call them and ask, hey, what happens if this? What happens after that? So we found different results. Some of them mail you a notice, some of them call you, and some of them actually go to your house and leave a notice. All of them charge you a penalty fee. Next. With this information, we were able to compare 2 very different water systems. The first one is a small one, only 1,500 connections with 39% delinquency. And the second one, Eastern Municipal, which with 145,000 connections with only 7.2 delinquency rate. So we wanted to explore exactly how they do it. So you can see in the chart here, on day 1, both agencies send the bill. People in Coachella have only 15 days to pay their bill before they're considered delinquent. People in Eastern have 25 days. At that point, Coachella's already charging a late fee. And this difference continues until day 60, when East Coachella Valley shuts off the water service for the community or for the residents. Eastern people have about 25 more days before they are cut off. And this is a clear example of how different water systems react to people not paying their bill. It might be that these agencies have more financial mobility or a greater number of clients to sustain their operations.
So now we transition to the methodology that we used for our analysis. We ended up using regressions to better understand which characteristics impact bill delinquency. It's important to note here that we took the area codes that had a bill delinquency equal to or less than 100%, as anything greater would mess with our data. So this further dropped our observations from 339 to 254. So as you can see here in descriptive statistics, we listed out different characteristics that we wanted to use from the census that were provided to us via the literature. For race, we have percent of population white. For income, we have median income. Education levels, we have the percentage of population with a high school degree or higher. For ownership, we have percentage of owner-occupied homes and percentage of renter-occupied homes. And lastly, for household characteristics, we're looking at the average household size. So now we go into our preliminary outcomes. And we say preliminary because, per the advice of our advisors, we do not feel comfortable with the analysis that we have produced. There are some minor discrepancies and variation within our data that we do want to address prior to submitting our actual proposal or our actual analysis. But with the information we have available now, we can show, I'm blind, we can show at least two different outcomes that we can prove. The top, we see that for those systems that are identified as small or medium sized, the log of medium household income actually is significant, as a 1% increase in medium household income would result in an 8% decrease of delinquency rates. And this is statistically significant. Similarly to that, we look at percent of high school grads or higher, and this is the education value. We see here that a 1% change in the percentage of high school grad or higher results in a 23% decrease in delinquency rates. But this isn't statistically significant. And again, this comes back to the variation and errors that we may have within our data that we do want to address. And so for our conclusions, we wanted to say that because we are not confident necessarily with the analysis that we are producing and we are going to fix it, we cannot give a definite answer. But via the preliminary outcomes that we've been able to establish, we do see that there are some characteristics that have higher impacts than others. And so with this information, we can offer policy recommendations and alternatives via statewide to address this issue.
So what do we suggest with all this? Well, first is to adopt a standard definition of what water or bill delinquency means, and then to start collecting the data on bill delinquency. Second would be to pass the governor's assistance relief package that gives $200 million to low-income families to pay their unpaid bills. And then hopefully also establish a long-term program to keep this funding.
Thank you everyone for your time and your attention. We would like to thank the School of Public Policy, particularly our two advisors, for your help along the way. And we'd be happy to take any comments and questions at this time.
No, you're fine. I don't know if there's a question. No, the policy recommendations.
What exactly would it be very challenging? Would it be challenging to try to get all the water districts to adopt it?
So there's a lot of variation in regards to ownership type of the systems. And so in our summary statistics, not the descriptive statistics that we showed, there are 5 different classes that we have from the data that was provided to us. There is public, private, mixed, state, and federal. And so because there is such a variation across all of them, it will be difficult to have all of it as a unanimous decision to do that. There could be a push for maybe public systems to do it, but even then, given how many there are across the state, this would be challenging. Well, I don't know if you were gonna say anything, Professor. I'm sorry, you raised your hand like that. Well, it also can come down to the financial impacts as well. We see that for larger systems, they may be able to, because they have the financial mobility to allow people to be more delinquent for a longer period, or can be delinquent much later on, as opposed to smaller systems who may not have the financial mobility and may be more demanding towards paying that. So because there's variation in that case, it would be too difficult for some to say or to agree on a certain date because the finances for them may be more important than others. So again, because we have preliminary results, we can't definitely say like this is interesting because it is not definite. But something that we did view within those results was kind of the combination of median income and median age, or median income and median age, and the results that come from that. There could be a number of reasons as to why there is a higher correlation as to the older you get, maybe the less likely you fall in delinquency. So some cases it could be that because you're older, you are earning more. Others could be that you start qualifying for other programs and assistance programs. So that to me was very surprising. I didn't expect that. Also, one big thing that our advisors have been pushing is the kind of impact and the importance of household size. And so within the median of that, we see a lot of like 2s and 3s and sometimes even upwards to 4 or 5. But that also impacts it as well. And so I thought that was very interesting.
Supporting that with the literature review and just kind of drawing connections back to that, I think it was very interesting as well, just seeing as how all of these socioeconomic and demographic factors really tie into each other and intersect. You can't just look at race or income, like these all impact one another, and it's very clearly seen in build delinquency with water. Any other questions? Yes. Yes.
You're gonna get different lessons from anyone that does quantitative research. But I would say the percent of high school is statistically significant at the 10% level, right? And so I would actually be more of a cheerleader for that result versus saying being much more conservative bias. Maybe the other quantitative people are against using
I'll take that.
It depends on your priors. And your priors. Why did you run separate with all of your things?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Stan. You gotta ask our advisors that question. We did that, and then they were like, I don't know about that. And so we did break it down, and even here specifically, these observations are based off of the filter of like small and medium. So we could do the same thing for like large. In that case, because similar to the question that was answering for the dean in finances, for larger systems, they may have a fixed cost because it is spread out with a larger population, as opposed to maybe that of small and medium. And so here, just by using those, we were able to get this. If we were to run this with large ones, that'd also be different. And so there's different ways to play with it. And one of the biggest discrepancies that we've been talking about with the data is kind of how some of these systems are unfairly coded. So for the system that Alan provided that was small, Coachella Valley Water District ID number 8, I believe is what it was, with 1,500 connections. Because it is part of Coachella Valley Water District, it is considered large, but via its connections, it should be considered small and medium. So we have to go back, code that differently, and then see how does that kind of manipulate the data later on. Kurt, when's the next meeting? Cheers, thank you. All right.
I think you did a great job.
All right, I'll take that.
There. There.
Okay. So you can get that back to the beginning. Go use the mic, so don't be difficult.
When do I begin? When do I begin? She knows her mom.
Yeah.
Do we wait until 2 or do we start? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandra Leon, and today I'm accompanied by my colleagues Nayeli Rios and Eric Pacheco. Our capstone advisor is Dr. Cecilia Ayon, and today we will be presenting on the effects of deportation on children of immigrants, the adult children perspective.
During this presentation, we will be going over our introduction, methodology, results, and major themes. Finally, we will be going over our conclusion, which encompasses our policy recommendations. Deportation as an enforcement strategy has deleterious effects. Deportation as an enforcement strategy for immigration policies. Wait, it switches here, but it doesn't switch up there. It's doing it for the computer. No, we're using Canva.
You're using Canva?
But we can do the PowerPoint. We send it to Jolene, didn't we? Or no? No. Oh.
Okay. This is gonna be a little convoluted. This is the best strategy.
Use the keyboard.
So when you want to change that slide, you have to click and use the arrow. And when you want to change this, you just have to like touch that and use the arrow. So you're gonna have to do double duty here. If that makes sense.
So
Yes, yes, as you can see, it works really well. But no, so yeah, you have to, if basically since you have two separate things,
okay,
yeah, you have to change each of them separately as you go.
it works. The clicker works,
Yeah, but it won't change this.
so you can click that. Okay. Can we start over?
Did we get a do-over? Sorry.
All right.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandra Leon, and today I am accompanied by my colleagues Nayeli Rios and Eric Pacheco. Our capstone advisor is Dr. Cecilia Ayon, and today we will be presenting on the effects of deportation on children of immigrants, the adult children perspective.
During this presentation, we will be going over our introduction, methodology, results, major themes, and finally, our conclusion, which encompasses our policy recommendations. Deportation as an enforcement strategy for immigration policies has deleterious effects on children of immigrants.
To provide some context, there were 185,884 deportations in 2020. About 94% of deportations in 2018 reported being Latinx families. As of 2018, there are 16.7 million mixed status households where at least one parent is undocumented. 87.9% of those 16.7 million children who experienced deportation of at least one parent were US citizens.
This study examines the effects of deportation on adult children of immigrants and aims to inform policy.
I'm going to provide an overview of federal policies to illustrate how there has been a push on enforcement and detention and how it has escalated over time. 1952 was the introduction of enforcement and removal operations by the creation of the Immigration and Naturalization Act. In 1986 and 96, there was an uprising to the enforcement budget and numbers in Border Patrol agents. Then in 2001, the Patriot Act was created, which also resulted in the creation of the Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, which now was not just focused on the border, but internal deportation as well. Although during the Obama administration, there was a height of internal detention, during his last couple of years, there was a refocus on the individuals who held a criminal record, where there was also an introduction to programs that protected families and children, such as Deferred Action for Parents of Americans and Lawful Permanent Residents, known as DAPA, and Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, known as DACA. There was now an awareness on the harm of separations and deportations. This is why there was a refocus on people with a criminal record and protections for youth and their parents. However, once Trump took office, he immediately reversed course and most of these programs disappeared. In just a couple of years, we saw a major uprising in arrests and deportations, including the introduction of the zero tolerance policy that focused on enforcement and removal and applied brutal tactics to deport as many undocumented individuals, including children. All undocumented individuals were being treated like criminals. It is also important to contextualize that in the state of California, we have a pro-integration stance and have passed over 20 policies that support integration through expanding access to resources, granting education, and providing different protections. Policies like the California DREAM Act and AB 540 have granted in-state tuition to some undocumented students, making higher education affordable to students who already struggle to receive other necessary means, aids them in accessing post-secondary education. Obtaining a higher education helps in obtaining better jobs and making a better living. In return, this also grows our economy and saves substantial losses in the future to the state. We also have sanctuary states, which essentially means we're not going to collaborate with ICE on enforcement and removal activities. So as we can see, there has been support for licenses, support for students, and eliminating collaboration with ICE.
California has 10.68 million immigrants. Of those 10.68 million, 2.7 million are undocumented. Over 2 million US citizens in California live with at least one family member who is undocumented. There are an estimated 4,000 undocumented students enrolled in the 10 UC campus system. 28% of undocumented students and 12.5% of US citizens with undocumented parents reported depressive symptoms at a level that warranted clinical treatment. Research indicates that there has been a lot of behavioral changes for children who experience deportation. Psychosocial challenges, including psychological distress, anxiety, depression, as well as changes in academia. Deportation disrupts families in other ways, such as financial hardships, changes in routines, and extreme stress in families. We want to emphasize that all of this research has been done with families that have young children.
Our design used qualitative secondary data from the UC Collaborative to promote immigrant and student equity. They conducted 63 in-depth interviews from UC students, which were split in between 31 undocumented students and 32 US citizen students with at least one undocumented parent. Of those 63, we narrowed it down to 38 38 participants that reported experiences with deportation. The average in participants of their age was around 22 years old, and most of them were women, and about half of them were undocumented themselves. All in the sample had at least one undocumented parent. Of those that were undocumented, 11 of them have DACA, and 10 of them had experiences of a deportation of a parent, while others reported other family members. And then, so in our study, we have 5 major themes, which are awareness, emotional distress, changes in family dynamics, and financial impact, and strategies to limit risk.
For example, in awareness, wake-up call news of raids and deportation is prevalent in the news and media, yet they often felt it was far from being a possibility for them. Therefore, when youth experienced the deportation of a family member, it served as a wake-up call. Carolina stated, "When my mom was deported, I feel like it was a reality check. A lot of times when you're living your normal life, you forget. Like you see things on TV, like people get deported or like really in trouble. And it just kind of, I feel like I would just brush it off like, oh, that's other people. What are the chances that's going to happen to us? And then once it actually happens, it's a reality check like, wow, it's easy to get in trouble and they're going to deport you. They don't even want the hardworking people. They're going to deport you. And yeah, it was a reality check and it was sad, but it already happened." Here you can see that the youth often saw deportation as something that was very distant from them. But then when it actually happened, whether it was their parent or extended family member, it became more of a reality of how it does happen and it could happen to them. There were several sub-themes of the emotional distress they experienced and how deportation took an emotional toll on them. I'm going to share one example of the emotional toll through the constant worry and sub-theme. Bianca is talking about normal everyday activities like driving can be worrisome, especially when several members of the family have been stopped on their way to work, detained, and then deported. The constant events in her life are a reminder of deportation and alert her to the possibility that she herself could be deported, stating that she thinks about this all the time. Then later, we can see that she is becoming hypervigilant because she is limiting her interactions with UCPD and trying to hide from them. She states, "I would just wait for them to leave or just go into a building and just sit there for a while because I'm really scared of them." Bianca is just one example of how the youth are experiencing constant worry and fear, and examples of hypervigilance as well. Another subtheme we would like to focus on is unresolved trauma. Ignacio, a US citizen student with an undocumented parent, highlights how youth experience unresolved trauma even though the event occurred when he was a child. Here, he is speaking to how he erased it from his memory, then there's something that triggered him, and so he's able to speak to this unresolved trauma that he holds, which in turn are the long-term effects of deportation.
Here we had 2 sub-themes: changes in family roles, where you spoke about having to shift from being a child to the breadwinner or having to contribute to the household. There was also youth who spoke about changes in bonds. For example, we had a participant who had minimal interactions with their mother because she was not able to return, and others who spoke about in changes in the relationship with extended family members as they were not able to interact with them anymore. Here's an example of changing in family roles where Gabriel described the changes in roles as a challenging experience as his father was deported, as when his mother was pregnant, as his mother was pregnant at the same time his mother was deported. His father was deported, sorry. And he states, "You had to become the man of the house. Even though I was really young, I didn't know what type of man I was. I was a boy. So I guess that's how it affected me."
There was also many financial constraints that families experienced. The main provider was deported, and that had implications for the households. Families relied on extended family members for financial support because they provided support to the person who was deported, but also the family members left behind. We see how the financial impact affects the whole network of family members beyond the immediate family who experienced deportation. Leticia shared that her father was deported and her family experienced homelessness as a consequence. She also goes on to discuss food insecurity. For example, she gave her food to her mother who was breastfeeding at the time, and then she says, "Oh no, I'm not hungry. I already ate." And I would do that because my mother had to eat. Following the deportation of people, we saw youth discussing different strategies that were used to limit risk. Some youth talked about how their parents or family members tried to shield them from this knowledge of deportation to protect them. Individuals were also hyper precautious, so they were really careful in what they did. Individuals also talked about contingency planning, where they would set up a plan for the recurrence of deportation. We see how the experience of deportation made youth hyper precautious. Edwin gives us an example of being very careful and his interaction with law enforcement. We can see this is something that he carried for a long time because he says, as I grew older, I started to make more sense of things. So he was always very hyper precautious of attractions with law enforcement. And now that he is older, he doesn't just associate them with deportation anymore.
This brings us to our conclusion, where we're going to summarize our findings, discuss our limitations, and provide recommendations. Studies have found that youth experienced a variety of hardships when their family members were deported. Common impacted experiences from youth included emotional distress, changing in family dynamics, and financial impacts. Or we see multi-generational poverty. From our current study, we found that family separations contributed to various negative long-term effects for adult children during their youth. These experiences included threat of reoccurring events, trauma, and anticipated changes in family roles, which then brings the importance and need for mental health and psychological services for adult children affected by deportation. So there was a limitation when it came to using secondary data. The primary purpose of the interviews weren't solely based on deportation. We feel like we could have captured more information if they were on deportation alone, that the interviews weren't. But it did provide us with an opportunity to do this type of work and go through this process of understanding and learning about the long-term effects of family separation and deportation from the perspective of adult children. Right. But further research is needed. So next, we're going to talk about policy recommendations. The first one is about abolishing ICE. There's been a long-term campaign demonstrating the awareness of how deportation impacts individuals and families. And as shown here, you can see like there's been a pretty big budget increase, a gradual one, where it's in support for enforcement and deportation. But if there was less focus on enforcement, these funds could be distributed to other programs.
Alternatively, and in the meantime, as people continue on working towards abolishing ICE, there are other options like DAPA and DACA. Introduced during the Obama administration, temporarily used as a relief from deportation, we recommend that these are reintroduced and amended to be more inclusive. For example, DAPA, to be eligible, you must have lived in the US continuously since January 1st, 2010, been present in the US when applying, have a US citizen or LPR child, and have no status when applying for relief. The limitation to this data is that this program was only granted to individuals who met the requirements, and although it was introduced, it never went into effect. However, if reinstated, about 3 million undocumented individuals would qualify for relief under DAPA. DAPA would protect families, but it was focused on parents who had a US citizen or LPR child. One thing we would do to make it more inclusive is to involve anyone that has a child, regardless of the child's status, as we have adult children who don't have status and have undocumented parents. Since the implementation of DACA in 2012, around 832,881 individuals who arrived as minor children and have lived in the US since June 15 of 2007 have been able to obtain work permits and use this as a temporary relief from deportation. However, deferred action is discretionary. This program does not yet have a pathway to citizenship for the individuals who came to this country when they were very young. All DACA really gives them is a work permit, which allows them to work in the country legally, but it does not give them status. DACA is also limited because it applies to only certain individuals who meet the requirements. Since July 16, 2021, DACA is still up for debate. Renewals are still being accepted, but new applications are not. Our recommendation would be to make DACA more inclusive by including all undocumented individuals, so that way children and siblings are protected from deportation.
At a local level, as it relates to our population and sample, we should support bills like SB 968 because we saw the emotional toll that students undergo when a parent or family member is deported. Given that emotional toll was a significant theme in our data, this is a policy we should support, including post-secondary education and having more UC counselors that are responsive to the mental health needs of both undocumented and citizen youth in mixed status households.
Yeah. LPR? Legal permanent resident.
Oh, okay.
Any more questions?
I would say that there's probably a different form of support based on the undocumented with the, and as well as ones who have citizenship, because with that, actually, I can't really, I'm not sure if I can answer that question, but.
I think it's pretty similar. As mentioned earlier, there are a lot of programs that focused on undocumented students. But it's really important to consider that we do also have citizen students that have undocumented parents. So that need is there. As far as like counseling, I would suggest trauma-informed counseling and trauma-informed therapy services, because oftentimes it's really hard to get advice from somebody who doesn't relate to your experience, doesn't know your situation, and really just gives you like a broad way to cope with trauma that a lot of people can't relate to. Yes. Kurt?
I think working with local government agencies, I definitely think that working with local government agencies and even including students from the School of Public Policy to work more with, Congress, to work more with state legislation, that would definitely help out, not just, in helping our community, but also in giving that real experience to our students.
I do also want to add that it's important to, like a School of Public Policy, to join local nonprofits. I work at a nonprofit agency, so I see a very high demand of undocumented survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and oftentimes they don't know their rights. So I think that it relates a lot for, these programs that we have and these agencies that we work with provide free services, regardless of race, gender, documentation status. So, I mean, there are a lot of programs for undocumented families in the state of California. So I think it's important to work closely with local nonprofits because we get a better raw understanding of what undocumented families need. So it would be great for the School of Public Policy to work closely with them so that we can work together to provide those services.
So I like the presentation. I'm curious, your presentation, your research focuses on like deportation after the, like stopping deportations after the transaction. So I'm curious, like on the policy side, what you would recommend to increase legal documented immigration. So that way it kind of stops deportations at the beginning rather than.
Can you repeat that?
So like what policies would you change that would encourage immigrants to come here legally?
Okay. What I can really say, I'm like still processing the question, sorry. When it comes to most of the policies, there's a lot of like, because there is a difference in between policy and practice. And when it comes to policies, they have like this protocol and they state, there's these type of things like we're going to follow this type of protocol and everything. But then when it comes to practice, sometimes they don't even follow it, right? But when it comes to the rhetoric as well, and it's where you see illegal alien. That's what makes it, it's very fearful of it. And they're like they don't even treat them like people, right? The US policies don't, like, they make it seem like they're not even human beings. And so when it comes to changing it, it's one is the rhetoric, but also the practice as well when it comes to when it comes, I can't really, I'm like a little iffy on it right now, but yeah, I don't think I answered your full question. I don't think I could fully answer it, but yeah. In our study, we only focused on deportation. We tried to focus on, earlier we tried to do detainment, but yeah, specifically our study was on detainment. But when it came to literature review, or different literatures, there were a couple, but our study was primarily on deportation. So we couldn't really look into that. Yeah. Yes.
Primary data, go data study yourself, and if you have been able to, what is it that you would ask for?
Well, when one is COVID, and a lot of it, we try to, in the beginning, we did try to do firsthand interviews, but then things changed and IRB. And so we did use secondary data right after. But the thing is that the questions were not specifically on deportations. There were a few of them that were part of the interview questions, but it was kind of, they were filtered after a certain point. And so we did have trouble when it came to actually finding them, because as you can see, it decreased from 63 participants and then it narrowed all the way down to 38, which was based on the experiences that adult children experience with deportation. And so what we could have done, we could have, it minusing COVID, we could have, it did firsthand, maybe explored into maybe UC Promise as well, and maybe, yeah. Great question, but I'm going to pass it.
I think one of the things that we saw in our interviews was that there wasn't many follow-up questions. So they would ask them like, oh, did you experience deportation? And they'd be like, yeah. And then that was it. Or like, no. But oftentimes, the conversation of detainment came up as well. And we just missed a lot of the emotion and a lot of the follow-up questions that were necessary. Because the study wasn't primarily focused on that study. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we want to just emphasize that the study wasn't primarily focused on deportation. So that's why, we were able to obtain some data. We would have done it differently, but we're still appreciative for what we did find.
That is another type of study, but that is something to consider into further research. There was something considered based on the limitations as well when it came to some of the questions in the secondary data, or from UC Promise is how it's abbreviated. It wasn't specified towards if the participants actually, when the participants were separated from their family members. And so kind of following along with how if I heard correctly, it like depends if how long ago it was and like how long ago the deportation was. Say if a measure is between 1 year to 3 years, is there a difference, right? Is there a difference into that? And then how what were their coping strategies with it, right? But yeah, that one I believe is a different type of research question. Yeah.
I want to emphasize that these were students part of the University of California system. These are students working hard to try and pursue their careers and pursue their education and become active members in their society and their community and the economy. And it's difficult when these things are happening behind closed doors. I saw a video of somebody who said that they couldn't really celebrate, their graduation because they were undocumented and they celebrated all their struggles. So I think it's really important to emphasize, and I mean, to consider that these are our peers, these are our colleagues, these are people sitting next to you that you don't know are dealing with these things behind closed doors. It starts as early as, when they were little kids. Some parents don't talk to them about the possibility of deportation. Some people don't tell them. So when it happens suddenly, the financial impact, having to plan ahead, they get detained and then they get put into these detention centers where sometimes they're not allowed to make phone calls or talk to their kids. Sorry, I'm emotional. Talk to their kids about what the next steps are. Some parents don't talk to their children about it because they're afraid to lose their parental rights to their children. So that's a very huge fear for both the parents and the children. So I want to highlight that that's something that as a group, we collectively saw, we sat yesterday and we discussed what this project meant to us. And it meant a lot because it put all of our lives into perspectives. And, we're pursuing higher education. We got our bachelor's and now we're pursuing our master's degree. And we're working hard. And I mean, we all face things during COVID, all of us. And going through school during COVID, when you live in a home with a mixed status family, it's loud, it's hard to focus, it's hard to turn on your camera because, there's so many things going on at home. And I think that that's one of the biggest things that I took away from this project and that we all did is just to recognize that we share a room with people who are undocumented and we share a room with students who have undocumented parents. So I think that it's important to think about that when you're sitting in class in the future, when you're sitting in a room with anybody or anywhere, in a bus stop, anywhere, to just think about that. Thank you.
Don't say nothing.
Well, you have it.
Sweaty.
Get your presentation up on the desktop here as well, if we can. Yeah.
So what's this? It's chill. Okay, so this is moving it, but of course, you know, whenever you guys take over. Well, no, you sent 2 emails. The road to Salton Sea. Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm gonna just pass out right when it hits. I know. We're second to last. Oh, shoot. Got this. Literally in 15 minutes you'll be done. And I never have to think about this exactly. Just pick someone to stare at. And I'm staring them down. I'm only
I know.
What's up?
Okay. Hey, you know you drink your water. I left it there. I need to drink the rest of it.
That was my walk.
No, that was mine. There was 2 water bottles there.
Yeah.
You didn't bring 2.
Yeah, I know, but the one with the board.
And then what about the other?
I assume when I did here in fall, so yeah. Whatever that was, just. Well, you have that one. I got
Stay around. Yeah, I was
Oh, no, this is actually, I've been waiting all day for this.
I was afraid I was gonna like tap into the clicker, like my like motor skills. Did your parents know? They were on the bus. Yeah, actually, they had something going on today with the water. I think it was like they had a big
Hello, we will begin. Hello, family, friends, and SPP faculty. Megan, Stephanie, and I will be presenting our capstone project, and it is titled Barriers in Healthcare Access Among Latinx Communities. Our team consists of Stephanie Hernandez, Megan Maciel, and myself, and under the amazing guidance and help of Dr. Ann Shinney and Dr. Cecilia Ayon, we have been able to complete our capstone report and presentation. Our issue that we are researching is the structural and social barriers to healthcare access for the Latinx community. So here we see a map, and the map is showing 64% of working age adults in the Eastern Coachella Valley that are unauthorized immigrants without health insurance. Furthermore, in California, 3.2 million people in the state will lack healthcare coverage in 2022. And next slide, please. In the Eastern Coachella Valley, the unincorporated areas of Thermal, Mecca, and North Shore and Oasis have one hospital per 18,948 residents. The nearest hospital is JFK Memorial, and from Mecca, which is a midpoint of these areas, it is 14.5 miles away. So our research question is, what are the unique social and structural barriers to healthcare access for the Latinx community members in the Eastern Coachella Valley in the context of COVID-19? So we have two objectives. The first objective is to go ahead and identify the structural and social barriers to healthcare access for the Latinx community in the United States. And our second objective is to go ahead and identify the challenges in healthcare to access among Latinx populations in the Eastern Coachella Valley in the context of COVID-19. So for defining Latinx, ECV, and COVID-19.
Thanks, Melissa. So in our research study, we are again focusing on Latinx community members who are defined as persons living in the US whose origins can be traced back to Latin America. The Eastern Coachella Valley, which is our geographical area of interest, is located here in Riverside County in Southern California. It is both an economically and structurally underserved community in Southern California. It is I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. It's both an economically and structurally underserved community here in comparison to cities, for example, in Western Coachella, for example, Palm Springs. And finally, we focus on the current health crisis that is COVID-19, which was declared a global pandemic in March 2020. So the virus spread quickly throughout the world and has since caused various economic setbacks and a growing public health issue.
For our background literature review, we did find three major themes. The first being racism. Racism in healthcare. So with racism in healthcare, the Latinx community has experienced racism throughout American history, from the Bracero program to the Trump presidency and the mass forced hysterectomy in the ICE detention centers. Racism itself has manifested in every social public service, especially healthcare, and racism in COVID-19. The COVID-19 highlighted the vast inequities in healthcare in communities of color. Often Black and Brown communities work blue-collar jobs that were deemed essential. They do not have sufficient employing benefits like sick time and adequate healthcare. In addition, these communities do not have the luxury to work from home. They must continually to work in person, thus making them more susceptible to COVID-19. And we will move on with language.
So our review of the existing research on difficulties to healthcare access for Latinx community members also found language to be a significant barrier. English, which is not a primary language spoken among various Latinx homes, but primarily spoken among medical settings in this country, creates an obstacle to care for this vulnerable community. Three themes emerged throughout our group's review of past research, which were no access to care or low quality of care experienced by non-English speaking Latinx folks, the fear of being a burden, and stigma and discrimination experienced by limited English proficient families. So past research found that Latinx communities are not receiving adequate medical care when compared to their English-speaking counterparts. Conversation is at the heart of the practice of medicine, and language barriers inherently impede doctor and patient relationships from developing. Latinx community members feel that their low quality of services and inadequate care due to language barriers negatively alter the decision to seek medical care. They fear being categorized as a burden to their doctors and medical staff, and this fear of asking for resources is a result of frustration with the suboptimal accommodations for LEP Latinx families.
Further, we found two themes with fear of deportation and fear of COVID-19. Fear of deportation is a barrier for undocumented Latino immigrants who seek medical care. This often results from anti-immigrant rhetoric with dehumanizing labels often publicized in the media. The constant negative perception of immigrants causes many negative health consequences, such as emotional stress and poorer self-related health, which results in underutilization of critical preventative health services. Existing research also shows that fear of Border Patrol, lack of bilingual providers, and immigration enforcement related policies contribute to hesitancy when seeking care. For fear of COVID-19, we found that in California, Latinos make up 39% of the population, but account for 55% of recorded COVID-19 cases and 46% of deaths. Latino immigrants living in agricultural regions as compared to urban areas are at higher risk for the pandemic's effects. In California, nearly half of the rural immigrants live in poverty and are more likely to be employed in agricultural and service jobs with high rates of underemployment. Sorry. Okay. Next, we discuss our partner study. So our report is a secondary data analysis from the Shared Trust Organized Partner COVID-19 California Alliance, also known as the Stop COVID-19 California, a National Institutes of Health Community Engagement Alliance funded project. It is a statewide collaborative of 11 academic institutions and over 75 community partners in California, working together to build community capacity, conduct research, and develop policy recommendations to increase diversity and accessibility of COVID-19 vaccine clinical trials and vaccination. The UCR Stop COVID-19 California research project, including using principles of community-based participatory research among African Americans, Latinx Indigenous Latin Americans, and Indigenous Native Americans on COVID-19 awareness and education research.
Okay, so our secondary data analysis utilizes data collected from mixed method research. Our research utilizes both quantitative and qualitative data to examine public health issues, along with various other cultural and social phenomena that contribute to the quality of life. Through our mixed method study, health research studies are thoroughly able to examine and understand the various experiences of diverse communities. Our mixed method study was drawn from both quantitative and qualitative data collected from the Stop COVID-19 California project. The quantitative data is from a 91 question survey that asked a variety of single select, multi-select, and open-ended questions. There were a total of about 200 participants that self-identified as Latinx participants. And then for our qualitative portion, the data is composed of a total of 4 focus groups of Latinx participants that included roughly 38 participants, which were primarily females aged 20 to 46 years old. 65.8 got tested for COVID-19, of whom 39.5 tested positive. And then within these focus groups, a total of 34% of the participants identified as being indigenous from a group from Michoacan, Mexico, that speaks primarily Purepecha. Inland Southern California is home to one of the largest Purepecha communities in Southern California. And we found 3 themes that showcase the barriers to language in terms of healthcare access to be fear, language, and racism. For our methods portion, we selected COVID-19 vaccination as our outcome variable that we are interested in reviewing. For our predictors of interest, for racism, we measured it in terms of respondents' agreements to various declarations. The first declaration, I am worried that my family will experience racism or discrimination in relation to COVID-19 treatment and or access to vaccines. The second declaration, people of my race or ethnicity will not receive COVID-19 healthcare as good as other groups. The third declaration, the fact that more people of color are dying from COVID-19 than whites is just another example of racial injustices in this country. And then the final declaration, racism is one of the main reasons that people of color have more deaths from COVID-19 than whites. So our racism measurement scale added the number of respondents who agreed or disagreed with each of these phrases, and a higher score meant participants experienced more racism in terms of the healthcare system. For our language, we measure that in terms of responses to one single question, that being what is your native language, and respondents answered whether or not they spoke English, Spanish, or another language.
For our control variables, we focus on household size, education, and healthcare insurance. So for household size, we looked at the question that asked, how many people, including you, reside in your household? For education, we looked at the responses of those who had less than high school or GED, associate's degree, and a bachelor's degree. For healthcare insurance, we looked at the question that asked, do you have any kind of healthcare coverage, including health insurance, prepaid plans, or government plans?
This leads into our quantitative descriptive analysis. So for our descriptive analysis, we use a logistic regression analysis to determine which factors were associated with COVID-19 vaccination status. This analysis was completed using a logistic regression where variables were added to the model in blocks. The first block consisted of the control variables, education, household size, and healthcare insurance, and the dependent variable COVID-19 vaccinations. The second block included our variables of interest, which is the racism scale and language. And our models did not change, so we decided to add all the variables in one block, which will be referred to as table 1.
So for the binary logistic model, we use the hierarchical regression analysis, which you can see here, and examines factors associated with COVID-19 vaccination status. Model 1, which included our control variables of interest and our control variables. The model correctly classified 72.4% of the sample. The predictors of interest, perceived racism, and healthcare and language were not significant. The following control variables were significant. Compared to individuals with a higher level of education, individuals with lower levels of education were less likely to get vaccinated. And now we move on to our qualitative findings.
Our qualitative findings begin with racism. So within racism, we found 2 motifs: classism and second-class treatment. For classism, the ECV has medically underserved areas and populations. So when they do go see a doctor or a healthcare professional, they are faced with another aspect of racism, classism. The Latinx community members of the ECV feel as though they're treated less than because of their economic status. And for second-class treatment, overall, the Latinx community members express that they feel as though they are second-class citizens within the US healthcare system. They have a feeling of being othered by healthcare worker that stresses this relationship between the Latinx community and these healthcare workers and healthcare access. And moving on to language.
So again, we found language as another barrier to healthcare access among Latinx respondents. Themes that emerged in the analysis of these interviews included technological barriers, experienced by the Latinx community, a lack of language competency, and stigma and discrimination due to language barriers. Respondents from the study felt that their inability to communicate with their healthcare professionals hindered their medical services, and the lack of bilingual medical professionals created no effective communication between respondents and the medical professionals providing them with care. Participants claimed they were also unable to communicate effectively with their doctors via telehealth services, which were normally administered with English-speaking medical staff via telephone calls during the COVID-19 pandemic. Participants felt that their culture and their individualism were disregarded by their medical professionals, and they felt that no resources existed, specifically translators to assist them with their community needs.
And lastly, for fear, participants indicated fear of deportation and fear of government as a major barrier to testing and getting vaccinated for COVID-19. For fear of deportation, community members fear that once they share their personal information or identification, their record will be shared with immigration officials, thus increasing the likelihood of getting deported. The participants in our study show a very persistent fear that undocumented Latino immigrants experience when seeking medical care. This fear was heightened due to the uncertainty around COVID-19 and the widened need for medical care during the pandemic.
For fear of government, we found that due to the nature of COVID-19, trust had to be instilled in public health officials, political leaders, and scientific research. Participants share their hesitancy to the COVID-19 vaccine because they feel that they would be inserted with the microchip, be sterilized, or have another virus inserted. Participants also shared that the virus is a way for the government to kill people, showing their mistrust towards the government. Due to the lack of trust in government in the Latinx community, they also fear getting the COVID-19 vaccine and testing. And then lastly, for our limitations, in brief, our findings should be understood within the context of some limitations. As a mixed method study, we found our sample size to be smaller in comparison to the population. Second, due to the high transmission rates of COVID-19, all data and outreach was collected online, which could have limited the scope of the findings. Number three, there are certain findings that we were unable to explore in depth, such as fear and COVID-19 testing rates in our quantitative data.
Finally, for our policy recommendations, we want to go ahead and recommend addressing cultural competence and increasing access to healthcare. And with that, we want to go ahead and move on to acknowledgements. We want to acknowledge our mentors, Dr. Ann Chinny and Dr. Cecilia Ayon, for all their help and hard work. This was a labor of love. The Stop COVID-19 California team, the ECV community, La Comunidad del Valle del Este, and the SPP faculty, our family, friends, and loved ones that could not be here today and that are here today. And we want to end with this. Cuando el sol sale, sale para todos. And that means in English, when the sun rises, it rises for everybody. Thank you so much. And do you have any questions? Yes. So those concerns and that fear came from our qualitative analysis and the interviews. So oftentimes people would say that we're afraid of either getting a microchip or the sterilizations. So there's no really number to quantify, but it was something that did occur in the focus group interviews. Yes. Yes.
I'm trying to think of the proximity of the respondents to a testing site. And I'm wondering, as you move away from that site, are there socioeconomic or demographic characteristics that are related to distance away from the site that might be important?
Yes, so with the COVID-19 pandemic, the County of Riverside and the Desert Healthcare District did implement mobile kind of healthcare access. So there was more testing. There was actually mobile testing. The California State Governor did even come to the Coachella Valley to go ahead and see the different types of methods and intervention methods that were going on. One of them being being vaccinated right after work, and working with farm workers and people from that area to go ahead and work with them to get them vaccinated, to get them tested, and to get them and to kind of minimalize these disparities in the Eastern Coachella Valley. No, so for example, the vaccination, they would come to them after work. Mhm. Yes.
So you mentioned the vaccine hesitancy, kind of a classic conspiracy theory there. I'm curious, is there, say, a vaccine hesitancy reason for vaccine hesitancy that's unique in the Latinx community in this region? Or is there, what makes this a unique reason for vaccine hesitancy?
I wouldn't say as far as like region specifically with the ECV, but we did see a lot with like the focus groups, specifically in Latinx community members, a lot of like family reliance and family ties. So within the very close knit community that is a Latinx community, there was a lot of sort of like personnel being very like on Facebook and sort of relying just on family and friends for their resources, for their information, and sometimes maybe disregarding like other medical professionals or like government information and resources.
Also, we have to remember that in the Eastern Coachella Valley, there is a larger portion, a population of Purepecha. So that was also another factor. So it's not just reaching out in Spanish, but reaching out in Purepecha and, trying to get everybody to understand, the vaccine, the information and things like that. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
So for the really excellent. I was really curious about the results of the local regression. So did you all subset just to self-identified Latinx for that, or so I was wondering, like, do you remember off the top of your head, like any of the distribution of those variables? Like, did most people answer like 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4, or did most people like gave static? Like, maybe the reason you're not seeing any statistically significant results because there's not much variation in that, right? So you're looking at the probability of being vaccinated in self-identified, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, so I think the majority of what we saw in the data was Spanish-speaking participants and then Purepecha-speaking participants. So maybe there was sort of variation. We did have also a lot of other native languages that were also spoken within the survey, but those were probably 1 or 2 participants in comparison to the other 200 who spoke primarily Spanish or primarily Purepecha.
So the majority are Spanish speakers and Purepecha, and then you check a lot of Filipino.
Yeah, it was like 1, 2, 3 other participants who spoke another native language of Mexico. Not for the Latinx participants. Yeah, primarily Spanish, primarily Purepecha. I would say that we actually had the, luck of working with Dr. Anshini, who works very closely with the UCR School of Medicine and the Center for Health Disparities. I know they do a lot of work with like reaching out to this community and sort of understanding, their disparities as far as health, what resources they need. This project, I would say, is sort of a first hand glimpse into some of the great work that they're doing. So I would say definitely School of Medicine, UC Riverside here in this locality. And I know we have like other sort of examples of health systems in that area. I'm escaping the name of the one that we talked about last time, that also provide a lot of like mobile free clinics, as we were mentioning, who go directly to these farm workers' jobs and make sure, that they're getting vaccinated and that they're getting the resources that they need.
And just to add on to that, even in the focus groups, even just having somebody to talk to and having them share all of these what am I thinking, like the mobile free clinics and the vaccination clinics, that's also really helpful. And then having the promotoras who work closely with the community and also work, like in this case with the UCR School of Medicine, that's also a great intervention. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. It takes like a good 5 minutes to even get this on. Okay.
All right.
Okay, you're doing all the time.
You know what? If you ever get something here, then no stop.
Yeah, I know, but that's gonna throw me off. You know that when we were practice and I was doing it, I was like, you got this. I have a timer. We're gonna probably.
And nobody's been listening to the timer anyways.
Most people. we're gonna be like at the same, in the same, like.
Oh, wait, I'm not getting it. Hang on. I got to share screen. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Share screen.
Need to think of Joey's words of encouragement.
Kitty!
Feel alive with adrenaline.
Remember, Joey's butt crack means good luck.
I feel like that was an edit you made.
No, because I said, what did Joey, because he said, he told Brian butt crack too. And I was like, well, what does butt crack mean? I said, does it mean good luck? And he said, yes.
2 words, so he's onto something.
Yeah, good luck, butt crack. I mean, it just goes like, it's a rhyming thing for him. I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds like something that you made up to make it sound better.
Do you want to take a picture?
Yeah, let's take a picture. Let's wait for Stan.
Yeah,
Let's
you
take a
can wait for
picture with
Stan.
Stanley.
Why is this not?
I look like an investment banker.
They said you look like the mayor. The group ahead of you. Okay. Hey, so it's not moving. Give up. Oh, is it? Hang on. Is it the mouse wasn't there? No.
Here we go.
Jesus Christ. What is it that you're doing?
That's because it likes me more.
Because you
I'm
set it
this
up.
computer's mother, Jolene. I set it up. Hello. Ah, I love microphones. Or we're getting there. We got to let people sit down. All right. Hello, folks. All right, yeah. All right, so good afternoon, folks. Today we'll be discussing an evaluation of housing capacity building in the Inland Empire using SB 10. My name is Michael Seeley.
And I'm Chelsea Alfaro.
All right, so what is the issue? Well, housing stock does not meet housing demand in the Inland Empire. So the chart you see there is a comparison of the state average versus San Bernardino and Riverside County for the typical home value between 2013 and 2022. While you see an overall trend of prices increasing over this time period, you see that the Inland Empire saw a much steeper rise in the typical home value after the onset of the COVID-19, steeper than the state average.
Now, when we talk about the process of planning housing, it consists of 3 components. First, the RHNA, which is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. Second, the housing element. And third, compliance.
So the RHNA, or the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, is conducted every 8 years to determine how much housing each municipality in California must produce. The process begins with the California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD. They use a formula of population growth and regional capacity to determine how much each COG, or Council of Governments, needs to produce. From there, the COG, in our case in the Inland Empire, represented by SCAG, or the Southern California Association of Governments, works with their member jurisdictions to allocate that housing amongst all the cities and the counties. As you can see here in the past 2 RHNA allocations, in round 4, Riverside and San Bernardino counties
did not meet their RENA allocation. They didn't even meet half of it, with an average of 48.3%. In round 5 at the beginning of 2020, both Riverside and San Bernardino County were still far behind. In round 6, past last year, you can see in between 2022 and 2029, the Inland Empire's RENA allocation sharply went up. This leads to the next part, the housing element. California law requires each municipality to produce a general plan, which is basically the plan for the next few years for each city and county. A housing element is just one component of the general plan. However, it is the component with the most state oversight and is commonly referred to as the fair share housing law. So once SCAG allocates the RENA allocation to its member jurisdictions, each jurisdiction develops their housing element and submits it to HCD for final approval. Now, there is a disparity between inland and coastal regions of California in terms of their RENA allocation. So we see here 2 cities, Desert Hot Springs in Riverside County and Manhattan Beach in Los Angeles County. Despite having nearly identical populations, Manhattan Beach has a much higher average income, yet Desert Hot Springs has a much higher RENA allocation of over 3,000 units. This can make it really difficult for a city like Desert Hot Springs to be in compliance with their housing element. So we go to compliance. In past RENA rounds, HCD has been limited in how much they can enforce housing elements. HCD is now empowered to refer out of compliant cities to the Department of Justice to face lawsuits, such as here with the city of Huntington Beach. Additionally, compliance with housing elements can make cities and jurisdictions more eligible for state and federal funding sources, while being out of compliance can make them ineligible. This is important because poor cities like Desert Hot Springs, which may need more outside funding, have a much greater risk of not being in compliance with their housing element.
Single-family home zoning began in Berkeley, California in 1916 and is deeply rooted in racism. It began as an effort to keep people of color separate from white homeowners. Certain neighborhoods were zoned for single-family housing, therefore ensuring that dense housing for people of color would not be built near these white homeowners. This led to the practice of redlining, which affected nearly every metro area across the nation and deepened racial divides still felt today. As you can see by this figure here on the screen on your left, the current median zoning standards for both multifamily and single-family homes are pretty much identical. This makes it extremely difficult for multifamily homes to be built vertically. Now on the right, you see in the Inland Empire, the predominant housing type continues to be single-family homes, which is indicated by the blue line, despite the decline in housing construction over the years. Now with population growth, we've seen a strong movement inland away from both Orange and LA counties. Here, this map shows in yellow and orange population loss and in light and dark purple population growth. This can best be seen between the city of Industry in Los Angeles County and the city of Chino in San Bernardino County. The city of Industry lost about 2/3 of its population, and during the same time, the city of Chino had a 35% increase. We also see that the majority of the population growth that the Inland Empire is experiencing is concentrated at its borders, and this reflects the movement inland of individuals away from the housing unaffordability of coastal cities.
So what's being done about this? Well, last year, SB 10 was introduced by Senator Scott Wiener, and it allows cities to upzone eligible single-family home parcels for up to 10 units. Now, this is big because this allows cities to upzone these parcels without having to go through environmental review under CEQA. It also enables parcel owners to utilize previously underutilized parts of their land for additional monthly income, thereby encouraging buy-in. Now, what is a qualifying parcel? Qualifying parcel is located within a half mile of a high-quality bus corridor, which is defined as a bus route with an average service interval of 15 minutes in morning and afternoon peak commuting hours and 20 minutes in the rest of the day. Additionally, it can be within a half mile of a major transit stop, which is defined as a rail station, a bus rapid transit station, or the intersection of 2 high-quality bus corridors. Additionally, urban infill sites are also eligible. So our project aims to evaluate SB 10 to determine which Inland Empire cities have capacity to build denser housing near qualifying transit stops.
Secondly, it seeks to evaluate how SB 10 can be utilized by Inland Empire cities to help them reach the RENA allocation for this current round.
This is incredibly relevant because as of now, no cities in the Inland Empire have adopted SB 10 compliant ordinances. With an increase in their RENA allocation, it is important for cities to know what tools are at their disposal to reach this goal.
For the methodology of our study, we began by identifying the eligible transit stops in the Inland Empire. We used data from Riverside Transit Agency, Metrolink, and Omnitrans. We determined that there were 13 cities in the Inland Empire that had eligible transit stops using the 2016 city boundary data from SCAG. From there, we went ahead and buffered each eligible transit stop by a half a mile in accordance with SB 10. And using the 2019 land use data from SCAG, we identified the number of eligible parcels within each buffer by city. That total number of eligible parcels was then multiplied by 9 to find the total potential capacity by city, and that number was compared with the RENA allocation for each. Now, in our study, we found that 3 out of the 13 cities that had eligible parcels or eligible stops did not have any eligible parcels. Amongst these 3 cities was the city of Moreno Valley, which only has 1 eligible stop, the Moreno Valley Metrolink station, indicated on the map by the green dot. Now, as you can see, it's predominantly surrounded by red and gray. The red indicates vacant lots, while the gray indicates lots zoned for other uses. And this stop is predominantly located in an industrial area. And so most of those gray parcels are actually warehouses.
Looking at the city of Ontario, we can see that they too also do not have any qualifying single-family home parcels. In this example of the Ontario East Metrolink station, you can see that one Metrolink station is surrounded by primarily warehouses and the Ontario International Airport. Same can be said about Rancho Cucamonga and their one qualifying Metrolink station. As you can see, they have no qualifying single-family residential parcels as it is primarily surrounded by logistics centers.
For our study, we evaluated the total potential unit capacity for each of these cities. We found that the city of Riverside and the city of San Bernardino had the highest potential capacity. And this is because the city of Riverside is the only city in the Inland Empire that has a high quality bus corridor. And the city of San Bernardino is the only one to have bus rapid transit. We found that overall, 5 of these cities would be able to meet their RENA allocation using SB 10. The cities of Corona, San Bernardino, Riverside, Upland, and Loma Linda. Now, the remaining 5 cities would not be able to meet the RENA allocation using SB 10. Amongst these cities, we found the city of Jurupa Valley and Montclair, which have the lowest number of eligible parcels. We then went ahead and took our study a step further and looked at what percentage of the eligible parcels in each city would need to be fully upzoned to the 10 units in order to meet the RENA allocation. We found that despite the city of Riverside having the highest total RENA allocation, they would only need a little over 10% of the eligible parcels to be fully upzoned in order to meet the RENA allocation. Now, on the other hand, the city of Loma Linda, which has the lowest number of for the RENA allocation, would need an approximately 25% of their eligible parcels to be upzoned. With respect to deficit of units, we found that the city of Montclair has the highest percent deficit of units. And this is because the city only has 1 eligible Metrolink stop and it borders the city of Upland and Claremont. So the majority of the eligible parcels actually lie in those city boundaries rather than in the city of Montclair. Additionally, the surrounding area is predominantly zoned for commercial use. Now, with highest percent deficit, we found that highest deficit of units, we found that the city of Fontana fares worst. And this is because the city only has 1 eligible transit stop, but a high RENA allocation.
So we can look at the city of Rialto and their 1 qualifying Metrolink station. So this parcel map demonstrates that where the single family home parcels are, which is primarily in the eastern part of the buffer, leaving a lot of parcels ineligible for SB 10 upzoning. Now we can look at Jurupa Valley, which only has, like Rialto, 1 qualifying Metrolink station. Now, it has a high concentration of single family home parcels located within the buffer. However, they vary greatly in size. So some small and some large lots there do not matter under SB 10. Any qualifying parcel would be able to be upzoned up to 10 units. This can make it more challenging for larger lots that could accommodate more units, but would not be allowed to.
We then evaluated the percentage of eligible parcels out of total single-family zone parcels in each city. We found that the city of Loma Linda fares highest, and this is because it has a high number of eligible parcels and it has 6 eligible transit stops, but a low number of single-family zone parcels in the city overall. We found that, on the other hand, cities that wouldn't be able to meet their arena allocation fare lower in terms of percentage of eligible parcels. Like I mentioned previously, the cities of Montclair and Montana have the highest percent deficit and deficit of units. Now, the city of Riverside, we also saw had a high percentage of eligible parcels. And again, this is because it had a high number of eligible stops. With respect to the percentage of area covered by these eligible parcels, again, we found the city of Loma Linda fares highest, and this is because the city on average has single-family zone parcels that have a higher area in comparison to other Inland Empire cities. And again, Montclair fares lowest, and this is because the city only has 95 eligible parcels.
So what are the major takeaways? Well, first, the cities of Corona, Riverside, Loma Linda, San Bernardino, and Upland would be able to theoretically meet their RHNA allocation using SB 10. However, the capacity to increase housing density using SB 10 is not equitable across all cities in the Inland Empire. And lastly, the unmet housing demand would persist in the Inland Empire despite cities building their upzoning parcels up to their full capacity. So we have 4 policy recommendations. The first is cities should adopt SB 10 compliant ordinances and limit the regulations that they place on these additional units. Secondly, cities should create incentives for parcel owners to actually upzone their parcels. There is no legal requirement for them to do this. Third, improving transit to develop more transit-rich areas would not only improve a city's transit system, but would make more parcels eligible under SB 10 for upzoning. And finally, implementing equitable practices across the region to increase housing density would make it so more cities are able to upzone their parcels. With that, we thank you very much. We have any questions? Thank you to Stan and Professor Ray, Professor Wong, Professor Wei, and Preeti Jaturu for your insights and technical assistance. Kurt? So one of the pieces of legislation that passed with SB 10 was SB 9. And so what Chelsea and I did was we went to a City of Riverside workshop on SB 9. And one of the things that they discussed, for example, as a regulation, was notifying your neighbors of, your intention to do something on your property. And while these are all ministerial changes that like neighbors can't, like if your neighbor's mad that you're doing something, they can't necessarily change that. So, one of the regulations that they could not impose is that notification of surrounding parcel owners. For an incentive, like tax incentives, or like working with using that's so tax incentives. So like, if you are upzoning and you have 9 additional units that you also live on, that additional income might be subject to like business tax. So having that incentive there, waiving that to encourage more parcel development. And then as for equitable practices, SB 10 was very limited in how in the scope and what parcels would be eligible, which meant that smaller cities, unlike Riverside and San Bernardino, smaller cities had less parcels. So having more qualifying things that would allow more parcels to get upzoned would make it more equitable across the region in different sizes and types of cities.
And then to add to that, in terms of creating incentives, because I think that's one of the hardest parts about actually implementing this policy, because it's a lot of money and people don't just have that kind of money to be doing this to their property. I know one of the things that's really big with housing is having to build or like provide parking spaces. So that would be like another incentive that cities could provide, is not enforcing that, for each additional unit, you have to have an additional spot. Any other questions?
I was actually wondering about that exactly. So did you look at your feasibility analysis, like how many units could be on some of your SB10 for any other density restrictions that cities commonly have, like maximum floor area ratio, parking units, or parking, number of parking spaces per unit, that like might hinder the development of cities? Just give some of the smaller lots on these.
Yeah, we didn't look at that, unfortunately. And I think it's because there's so many variations. When we went to that workshop that Michael was talking about, they had a chart of like the different ordinances or regulations that different cities had placed for SB9. And seeing that too, and all the variations of some of the rules that cities were imposing were so random, very obscure. But yeah.
Just to piggyback off of that, there's also in our data set from SCAG, there's tons of land uses. Just every city has their own zoning requirements and zoning, regulations. And so that would take a significantly longer amount of time to do that. Melissa? No, so we didn't actually analyze anybody's housing elements. So we simply just created that buffer to count the single family home parcels. But that's definitely something to look into for further research.
Yeah.
So again, it allows only single family parcels. You're not prepared. Those are in qualified buffer area, so those not be zoned or rezoned to multi-housing.
Yeah, so it would just be single family zone parcels, and it has to be within that buffer. So it has to be like an eligible stop. And then that's why we did the buffer and counted only those parcels within that area.
And I think this also ties into a trend that we can see here, like in cities like Moreno Valley, Ontario, and Rancho Cucamonga, to put these, these rail stations in places that people don't live. So you have to drive to your rail station versus, and this is something we covered in our paper, not in the presentation, but transit-oriented development. So we can look at Riverside, and in Riverside, there's one really good example of a transit-oriented development with the La Sierra Metrolink station. You have apartments and housing that is right across the street from the station, as well as shopping centers and anything you can really need for your basic everyday things is located within a half mile.
Yeah, and kind of to add to that, I think the main takeaway from our research is just that even if SB10 were to be implemented, or like cities actually, put this into effect, it's not going to be equitable across all cities in the Inland Empire. And so that really makes it a huge issue, because if we're passing these policies to try to address the housing crisis, but we're seeing that it's not providing an equal opportunity for all these cities, then really what effect is it having?
No, I was just confirming if it was mandatory or not, but again, we'll encourage cities to adopt.
Yeah, and again, like I said, I think one of the hardest things is, for parcel owners to have the money to do this. Yes.
So I don't understand why we keep saying that the parcel owners will have in a sense, the builder would track the land. And then the builder would say, okay, you can live in one of those units and then I'll sell the other 9.
Do you want to address this one? Okay. Like, well, yeah, I was like,
In many countries where people are living in very valuable lots, and builders come in and say, okay, based in this phase, if you, I'll find you temporary accommodation somewhere else in a year, I'll build a unit with 10 or 20 units, and you can have 2 of those, and I will sell the other 8.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that in the SB9 workshop that we attended, that's something that did come up. However, there was and that's something that we can definitely take into account. But one of the concerns of residents that came up was all of a sudden having neighborhoods just being owned by corporations or like being builders and these massive developers rather than by people. And so for our research and for our purposes, we made the assumption that it would be the parcel owner and the owner of the lot that would take the lead for this.
To clarify, I think you're completing SB9 as an owner requirement or SB10.
Kurt?
But the sentiment was they really wanted to put a measurement right at the end of that street. And the whole neighborhood was scared. What you had was you had an investor coming in and buying the property. It wasn't even a builder. It was, people were ready to kind of leave. I'll buy it for you. I'll take cash. Now you start getting people coming in, seeing it's a huge profit and build it. So in this case, they just added additions against code.
Yeah, and that kind of gets into the NIMBYism or not in my backyard kind of anti-development groups, which would pushes major transportation infrastructure like that Metrolink station all the way for the UCR one, all the way to Hunter Park in the middle of just warehouses and random offices. Thank you.
Hi, Pam.
And hi, Doobie.
Oh, yeah, Doobie. Hi, Doobie.
We're saying hi to Doobie, Chelsea's dog.
right, everyone, our last round.
Okay. Okay, I'm Ebony. Ooh, that's loud. I'm Ebony Odiar.
I'm Armando Rangel.
And I'm Prabjot Chamber, and the title of our presentation is A Gendered Lens on COVID-19 Educational Experiences. We did want to give a special shout out to Professor Paul for guiding us this far. We really appreciate it. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so here we have an overview of what we're gonna go through today. We'll start off with our issue and our research question. Then we'll go over how we collected our data and what methods we used. Next, we'll go over some of our results, findings, and some challenges that we face. And we'll end off with a policy recommendation. Okay, so what are the issues? The main issue that we're going to be looking at is the academic achievement gap, known as the gender gap in higher education. By the gender gap, we are referring to the steadily growing lag in male academic achievement since the 1980s. So this means basically that females have been outperforming males. Males don't attend college at the same rate as females do. They get lower grades overall. They don't have the same enrollment rates, graduation rates. On the other hand, females have been really outperforming males in academic performance and academic success. In relation to this issue, we want to look at the COVID-19 pandemic. So the pandemic really changed the manner and process in which students are receiving an education. The most prominent effect being school closures and a transition to online learning. So basically, we're looking at the pandemic and trying to see if and how or what kind of effect that has had on the academic achievement gap between male and female college students. Okay, so here we have a quote that kind of shows us the magnitude of this issue. It reads, American colleges and universities now enroll roughly 6 women for every 4 men. Last year, US colleges enrolled 1.5 million fewer students than 5 years ago, and men accounted for more than 70% of that decline. This is the largest female-male gender gap in the history of higher education, and it is getting wider. Okay, so what is our research question? For our research question, we are asking, did the pandemic have an effect on the academic achievement gap that we are seeing between male and female college students? So in order to help us answer this question, we are looking at 3 main sections. The first section that we look at is on coping and emotional wellness. We also look into an academic performance and a varying learning environment. And finally, we look into resources and connectivity among students, peers, staff, faculty, and whatnot. And now I'll pass it over to Armando so he can go over some of our data collection.
Thank you. All right, guys. So for our data collection, we were able to retrieve documented value reports from the Integrated Post-Secondary Educational Data System. That's IPEDS. We were able to set up our data sets to observe 2 methods in which we were able to measure success rates between males and females from our focus area of UCR. For a qualitative analysis approach, we had collected a total number of 89 survey responses from our undergrad students, consisting of questions relating to the students' educational experience, the pandemic, and their coping experiences. From these responses, we were able to run simple exact Fisher test models to see if the respondents' answers were also statistically significant at the 0.001 percentage level. We also conducted a total number of 34 interviews consisting of questions related to the pandemic, to which we could analyze different answers given by both female and male responses. Okay, so here's one of our hypothesis questions. Does UCR have a distinction between male and female students within rates in higher education? On behalf of our project, the way that we measure success rates, we analyze enrollment total values and graduate rates, in which with this information, we were able to run 2 regression models to see if in fact there is a statistic significance between the 2 genders. Okay, so here's 2 small tables representing our results when we manually model regression. The first analysis, we observe undergraduate graduation rates between males and females from the years 2010 to 2020, which show that women have a higher percentage point at 5.72% for their graduation rates than men on average. This means that there is a statistically significant difference, meaning that the difference is unlikely the result of chance, but because of a certain systematic association. For our second analysis, we observe undergraduate enrollment rates from a same 10-year span which showed that women have enrollment total value higher about 1,000 rather than predicted value for men, given that there is a significant difference in enrollment totals according to gender from the poly value being extremely low. Because of this, we reject the null hypothesis, which means that there is a statistically significant difference within UCR students by gender. Now I'll pass it on to Ebony for the results of interviews and surveys.
So for our interviews and surveys, we focused on 3 topics. The first one being academic performance and learning environment. So obviously the pandemic forced students to make a swift transition to online learning. We were curious about the differences within the student experience and managing that change. So for this subject, we asked students questions about their study habits, GPAs, attendance, and home environment to gauge their overall student engagement levels and general experience during the pandemic. So on this slide are some of the themes that emerged from our respondents: lack of participation, poor academic performance, impacts on their GPA, low attendance, civil distractions at home, and lower student engagement levels. So to evaluate the varying levels of student engagement, we asked students if they felt engaged in virtual classroom sessions or how they felt the pandemic affect their ability to succeed. Both results show that males and females have high levels of feeling disengaged. So overall, both genders felt disengaged with the course materials, with 78% of males feeling not engaged and 75% of females feeling the same. However, 64% of males felt the pandemic had a significant impact on the GPA, while only 57% of females felt the same way. So one of our most interesting findings came from the survey when we asked, how often did you miss class during the pandemic? For this question, 12% of females said they missed class during the pandemic somewhat frequently or very frequently, while 46% of males said the same thing. So both males and females suffered in their engagement levels. However, their response and resilience to this problem was different. We found that male students didn't push themselves to re-engage when having issues. For example, a male student stated, "My Wi-Fi always lagged and it made it impossible for me to follow lectures. When my Wi-Fi kicked me out, I would lose connection and I wouldn't try to reconnect because I didn't see the point. Honestly, I had better things to do at that point." On the other hand, females attended classes more than males for a sense of normalcy. So one female student states, "With online learning, I became kind of absorbed in school because everything was closed down around me. It was like a good escape to have something to focus on and to have some level of normalcy to kind of cushion the differences of the scary scaredness of what was going on. Online learning was good. It kind of had a good impact on my learning." So our next topic is resources and connectivity. So to transition to distance learning, students needed support. However, many students struggled to ask for it. So for this section, we asked students, did they use any of the resources provided by the university, such as laptops to the food pantry, and how connected they feel with other students and their professors. So students called attention to so many factors that impacted their successfulness. Some factors were the learning resource gap, social interactions, the hesitancy to ask for help, and dealing with technology issues. So when we asked students how connected they felt with other classmates, the most popular response for males was no connection. Females were less connected, but not at the same rate as males. They were more willing to put in an effort to reach out and connect, even when there were issues. Our findings demonstrate that there was a different willingness to engage between males and females. So female students constantly said that they tried their best with other students and to actually participate in the activities in online session. For example, one student said, "In class, I would try to get more involved. When we would get into breakout rooms, no one would talk. Everyone else left the meeting for 10 minutes to avoid the awkwardness in the breakout rooms." On the other hand, a male student said, "I wouldn't reach out because it was too hard, just for the fact that you can see them through a screen and it's just their names. It's completely different than having someone sitting next to you engaging in the class." From our interview responses, we found that women were more inclined to connect with their peers, while men felt discouraged to do the same. So our final topic is coping and emotional wellness. So the pandemic led to a time of social isolation and abrupt transitions, and students needed their social support systems to cope. Students developed many mental health concerns that hindered their well-being. This section highlights the factors beyond the classroom that affected students and made it extremely difficult for them to succeed in school. Some of the common themes that emerged were loneliness and isolation, lack of motivation, ability to focus. Students felt like they were missing out on the college experience, and they felt financial insecurity and frustration with not being able to support themselves, grief and loss for their loved ones, and finally struggling to maintain those relationships. For this section, we were curious about the students' varying coping strategies. So we asked students if the resources provided by the university to aid them with their stress management and emotional wellness, and 20% of females use these services, while only 16% of males use them. Students expressed frustration with UCR's response to the pandemic, saying the programs weren't advertised well and didn't properly cater to students in need for many reasons. One of our main findings was that male and females cope differently, and female respondents expressed how they would reach out to their families as a support system, while males didn't feel as comfortable doing the same. So one female student said that, obviously using those close to me for support, especially when it got really hard and scary, calling them and talking about it made me feel like I wasn't alone. We found that males felt a lack of energy and had a more difficult time reaching out and utilizing these support services, while females were more likely to discuss their worries with friends and family. One male student expressed that, honestly, I didn't use any of the school resources when I needed to de-stress. I played video games and worked out a lot. I used those methods as a way to cope with my issues. Counseling would have been more effective for me to handle it all, but I just didn't. So even though this student acknowledged that counseling would have helped him, he still didn't reach out. So every survey response we presented was statistically significant, and the pandemic affected both males and females. However, each gender had a different response to the same issues. Our findings highlight the factors that make for a successful student. The first one being their willingness to ask for help and connect with others, them engaging and utilizing the resources provided to them, and having a resilience to change. And I'll pass it on to Armando for our challenges and limitation.
All right, thank you for that. So I wanted to briefly go over our challenges and limitation for our focused area, being UCR. So it did seem to be the case that females did have higher graduation rates and enrollment totals from a 10-year span. That means that there is a gender gap here in our UCR. And from the looks of it, the gap is going to continue growing. Unfortunately, we had a lack of data, enrollment, and graduation rates for the peak pandemic years of 2020 and beyond. Because of this, we cannot measure actual outcome rates such as GPA test scores, enrollment rates, graduation rates, and from the years of 2020 and beyond. We recommend this study to be conducted in the next 5 to 10 years or more with a larger sample size to include the data from the pandemic years. At these rates, male success will continue to decline, which is why this should be carefully monitored within higher education within the coming years. Now I'll pass it on to Jojo for the policy recommendations.
Hi guys, so I'll go over our policy recommendation. So we recommend that schools adopt a more trauma-informed approach. We believe that a trauma-informed approach would help to actually make sure that students are using the resources that are provided for them and making them more comfortable to actually use those resources. So basically, some trauma-informed practices can include mentorship and academic coaching programs, a greater support and resources for emotional safety and mental health, and also would work to maximize collaboration and outreach among students, staff, peers, and whatnot. So basically, one specific way to do this would be to implement a mandatory mentorship program. Basically, this program would make it mandatory for students to have quarterly one-on-one sessions with either their TAs or their professors. We believe that this will really help to promote student accountability, promote engagement among students, and also help them build those connections that they really struggle to build. We see that professors have things like office hours, but engagement levels for that are really low. Students don't show up. So our research really showed us that students who were more willing to use the resources and actually did use the resources that were provided to them, they did better. They overall had a more successful transition during the pandemic, right? And so we believe that this would be a great first step into really ensuring that students are utilizing the resources that are provided to them, and that students are using the resources that are there for them and will ultimately help to promote their success in their academic careers. And that's it from us. We're open to taking any questions. Thank you so much. Yes, Erica.
During your research, was there any information as to the policies or reasons why there was such disparity?
So one of the things that we found really interesting was that men really wanted like that social, that physical and social presence in a classroom versus females. They were more so like, you know, we're okay if classes are conducted online. Some of them did obviously prefer classes to be in person. But I feel like the males really kind of crave more of like that interaction. They needed it more and they wanted to have more of like a physical presence in a classroom because when it was online, they felt like a major disconnect. Like they didn't feel like they were actually there. And when they would have issues like technology issues or stuff or things like that, they didn't have like the same willingness, the same willingness to basically, try again and again to reconnect, versus females were more so like, if schooling is online, it's okay because they didn't need like that social interaction as much. It was definitely still lacking. Like, that's not to say that it wasn't lacking, it was lacking, but it didn't impact them as much as it did males. And that's just what we found through all of our interviews and our surveys. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. They also like conversed, right, with their support services. Like, females were more likely than the males to go to counseling services or talk about their issues. They talked about their issues to their families, to their friends, social media. Through like one of our literature reviews that we did, females cope through using social media, like expressing themselves through social media, right? And males are more likely to like internalize it for some reason, like how we showed a quote. One of the males basically used video games or working out, right? So it was more of like an internal coping mechanism, not so much of like an external, like, let me talk about this with somebody type thing. I hope that answers your question. Yes. Oh.
Whether it's if males are just one slide you have comparison about engagement, whether it was awareness of the program, or was it kind of a stigma of asking for help? Were you disentangled that at all?
It was both. So some of the males, a lot of the males expressed that even if they needed counseling services,
They wouldn't have even admitted it to their friends or even to me. So yeah, so women are way more open about it. They were way more eager to tell me, oh yeah, I did counseling. They found it as like a way to like, kind of like, I don't know, like bond with me, I guess, during the interviews. Whereas males, they were just like, yeah, I didn't need it, so I didn't use the counseling services. But
Even if I used to cope with it, like I go and hang out with my friends, but I wouldn't talk about the issue or like my problems that I was having, right? It was just more so like stress with that, but I wouldn't really talk about like why I needed to be stressed, you know? Like they were to have like an interaction with their friends. They were more likely to be like just more expressive, right? Expressive of their issues and what was going on with them and why they were feeling that way.
so our findings we were only able to identify the factors of a successful student. So I feel like with GPAs, we were able to actually get a clear picture of like if their methods actually worked. You get like if they actually use these resources and they had a higher GPA, like did we see a change in kind of like these actual outcomes that we didn't have access to? I think that's what we would do with it.
I would definitely say it's like a mixture of both. Like a lot of male respondents did say that they just didn't feel comfortable talking about that kind of stuff. They don't want to fight with their families. Like again, I feel like their personal choice kind of came from these outside societal factors. We wouldn't know for sure, obviously, but from what we've done through our interviews, we really know it's just a little bit more it's because of a variety of
Yeah. And it was also like, even if they try to reach out to the counselor, if it was like an hour wait time, they would just give up. You know what I mean? Or like 3 days later, they were just like, whereas women were like, no, I'm gonna do this. Men were just like, I'm done. Like,
Like readily available, right? Like counseling services, they have wait time. You have to like make an appointment weeks in advance. By the time the appointment comes, you forgot about it. You know, and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
So like I said, there's a variety of factors, definitely. Yes, Erica. So what do you call the reputation was to have men?
so a lot of professors said that they actually want more students showing up to office hours. They have a low turnouts already, and they would actually like to see more students involved during these office hours and actually talking to them and just connecting. So, I mean, I think they will be willing to do it. They might want more compensation, but I get it. Yeah. Yeah, there needs to be an incentive for sure. But a lot of what male students expressed was that they didn't feel a sense of belonging. So a lot of males really expressed there's nowhere on campus for me to kind of like feel seen and feel heard. And so that kind of like deters them from just reaching out. That was like the main thing we saw with males.
Great, right? Like students need incentives to like show up to these things, but instead of like finding incentives, we're more so like, let's make it natural, right? This way students can engage in actually connecting with the professionals. They feel like a major match of students and anything, right? So this like lack of connection with professors is something that even present before the pandemic, right? And the pandemic even worse, even harder, right? There's no that person not there. So it's like the false information is we talk about incentivizing also, you know, really don't show up. We just kind of actually feel like that would be it will help pressures connect into our the professors. And that first step is right? Or like actually doing some of these learners really well.